Hello. I am very bright. Okay, so I'm playing around with my new ring light that arrived the other day and haven't exactly figured out where it should be. But hey, look, I'm not lost in the shadows, which is weird. So the lighting may be slowly changing throughout this stream as I reposition and play with the new ring light to see exactly where it should be to get optimal lighting. But hi, I should introduce my other people before I continue to ramble because I am not alone. There is a Leo. There is a Megan McCarthy.
Hello.
There is a Stephanie Wilson.
Hi.
I have to blame this light completely off.
Is that the light? Is that the light I suggested to you?
Yep.
Wow.
It is crazy. We're playing with
hey, you're live.
I've actually got it on the cold setting. I even have it like away from me, and it's still like really bright. So I'm gonna play around with where it goes because I'm also thinking maybe over here might be better. I don't know. So throughout the day, this I'm gonna be playing with the light, y'all. So beware. I do like it because I'm not completely in the shadows. I am curious how things are going to look as the sun goes down and night envelops the space. But because there's a mirror,
A window?
Right over there, the light comes in with weird bars, and that's not happening. And that, if nothing else, makes me very happy that I don't look like I'm in a weird sideways person. So, yay! Before I continue rambling, what are y'all doing today? Let me know in chat and everybody on screen.
Sorry, now I'm envisioning a jail cell with bars like this.
It's what I feel like I look like, and why I'm very careful about what time I actually record my videos. Because the light coming through, because there's 4 horizontal lines in the window, and they like cast dark shadows across the room, and I look like I'm in a sideways prison cell. It's not my friend. I don't like it.
I literally walked in the door 8 minutes ago. This is why I didn't have time to tell you, hey, Charlie, I'm coming on screen with you. There's a new grocery store in town, and we decided to stop at it, and I like the prices, so we'll probably shop there more often.
Ooh.
It's Winco Foods. Are you guys familiar with that?
Oh, yeah, we have a Winco here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like their
Wrong
prices.
side of the country.
All right.
I'm double wrong side of the country because I'm like smack dab in the middle of the country. So the stuff from the East Coast doesn't make it here, and the stuff from the West Coast doesn't make it here, and like the stuff from the Deep South doesn't make it here, and the stuff from way up north, doesn't make it down here. Like
we have a superstore that is only in, I think it's Michigan, Wisconsin, Indiana, and maybe Ohio. Might have a Meijer.
All I know is if I see one, I'm not even going to say their name because they do not need any more advertising from me. But there's a local like version of like Lowe's or Home Depot that has bought like all the online ads for the region. Like you cannot put on anything that has ads without seeing their stupid ad, and it's not even a good ad. It's an annoying ad, and like they have bought all the ads. It's every ad. I'm tired of it. Anyway, I'm better. So what are y'all working on today?
I don't know what I'm working on. Probably fan fiction of some sort. I was working on coming up with a character so I could come up with a story idea, but I might go back to fan fiction just because it's Friday.
I really want to be doing that. But I'm 2 books away from having this first draft finished of the thing I refer to as my outline for the entire series. Like I've got 3 of the 5 books like figured out, and I'm only 2 books away from getting it done. And I'm like, I might be able to do that during today's sprints. And then I go into the weekend going, I've got my preliminary outline done.
Is it even really an outline, Charlie, or is it just like words?
The version that I'm doing right now is basically a beat sheet for the entire series. So it is the overarching story that goes from the beginning of the book through to the end. And it's a little bit more than a beat sheet because I've realized some of the connective tissue that has to be there between some of the beats, and so that's in there too. And I mean, it's not crazy long. It's what I'm at, like a little over 1,000 words, I think. You know, when you have one word selected, it says you've got one word in here, and I'm like, I know you're longer than one word. Yeah, it's 1,039 words so far. Like, it's not a lot of words, but it is the full plot from the inciting incident in book 1 through to how the book ends, how the last book ends, and all of the things that happen in between as far as the major overarching story is concerned. And I'm glad I did this because my brain went, you know what, in book 3 this is going to happen, and I went, oh crap, that like completely nukes book 4 and 5 the way I thought they were going to happen. So other reason why I'm obsessing over.
I tried doing like an actual outline with like per chapter, what's gonna happen in this chapter and that chapter. I'm on chapter 4, and that outline never should have been written because I'm not following it now.
My goal with this is to I'm basically treating each pass over the story as if I'm editing a draft. And so there's some things that I know that need to be added and some things are getting changed. This entire story started as a one sentence that got expanded out to a paragraph, that got expanded out to about 2 pages, and is continuing to grow each time I go through it. After I finish this run through, I'm going to go through and focus in just on book 1 and continue that iterative process on book 2. But I'm sorry, on book 1. But it's been a fun like change in my way of thinking because I'm not looking at it as I'm constructing an outline. These are all just really dirty 0 drafts that are each one getting closer to a thing that I will eventually call a first draft. Like I'm just churning my way to it. And I'm also happy I'm doing this because I'm getting a lot of characters named. I'm getting a lot of places named. I'm getting a lot of items and things that need to be in the story named. And so that's going to prevent me from like bogging down when I get there. So that's usually what gets me. So, hello, Maggie. Maggie has a new book out. If you don't know, I think you have a wrench. Hopefully you have a wrench. If you don't, let me know and I'll fix that. But please share.
Devin put it in. Devin put it in the comments down below. Yeah.
Devin is amazing. And yes, the first to hit the like. And by the time I got to see that, there were already 2 likes, which like made me feel good because like when it's a half hour out from the live stream, like that, like people took the time to go in and do that. That actually meant something to me. And by the way, for anybody who wants to be over on the Twitch, I'm only 9 away from 50 subs, 50 followers over on Twitch. I'm so close to 50. So close. So close. So if anybody wants to follow me over there, twitch.tv. So I'm currently streaming in both places. And we
should flex one to you want.
have to do some reordering here. So there we go. All is right with the world again. There we go. Hello, Brandon. How are you doing? Okay. So I need to see if something's either wrong with my Duolingo or if they're going to go in later and start actually telling me stuff. It has been teaching me words in Irish. I don't know which of the dialects. You'd have to tell me that because it just says Irish. But it's not doing like it does in the Japanese and in the German where you tap them and it pronounces them. So I'm still relying on my very flawed understanding of how it's pronounced. Hopefully that'll change and it'll start actually having talking appear. If not, I don't know what I'm going to do. But I'm glad you enjoyed the thumbnails. I am having so much fun with them. There will probably be guinea pigs for a while. I have found a lot of guinea pig pictures. I'm just saying. There will probably be guinea pigs. Hello, Devin. How are you doing? Hello, CB. How are you doing? You trashed your current draft and you're working on 10 questions per chapter. Way to do it. That's kind of how I feel like I've done with this, because I already had like 3 chapters written in this book. That's all I can say about that. Oh. Hello, Spence. I hear you just put up a speed run on to a chocolate cake. I have not watched this yet because I would not be doing anything else right now. I would just be sitting there watching it over and over and over again, because it'd be kind of like yesterday when Cybertronics 3 decided that, oh, you know what we should do? We should release a cover of Barrack's. Yeah, I don't know how many times I've watched that video, but it's worth it. If you need to see RC jumping on a bed while screaming out the lyrics to a Heart song, watch it. Watch it. It's so good. I am sorry it's lonely over there on Twitch, but I do see that there is a cat over there, and others have joined in. So if you want to go join Spence over in the Twitch and keep it from being so lonely, you may do so. So you happy for your book launch and for Stephanie's book launch? Yes.
Yeah, I think ours are only a couple of days apart being released. Maybe on the same day. I'm not sure.
That is so exciting. I want to get to a book launch. There will be book launches this year. I swear. If I have to just like take a book down and republish it, as God is my witness, will publish a book this year.
Stupid.
How to smack me with a towel.
So they might be napping right now, by the way.
Yes. Nope.
Oh, we've got a runner.
Zippity zip. Run. Yeah, I really. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. I'm having some issues with them. I like their app. I really enjoy their app. I need to be able to change font size because for the kanji, I can't see some of the subtle distinctions between them, because they'll put up like 4 kanji that are similar, and I'm like, they all look the same to me because my eyes don't focus so well, and they're tiny. So they need to do some work. They need some accessibility features. All right, let's see. Oh, no, it needs to tell you how to pronounce them. Yes, it really does, because like I said, I have a rudimentary understanding of how to pronounce like words, but I would be a lot better off if I could hear a native speaker say them. Like, I know my Japanese pronunciation is never going to be all that good because I started learning Japanese at such a, late age, but I at least feel better knowing that I'm hearing like native Japanese speakers saying it. So yeah. Yeah. You grew up speaking the Munster dialect. That's awesome. Hello, Jules. I hope you are doing well. Had fun on your stream earlier. Got so much work done. Was really having a thing because you were on and I had Lumi Roo on all the streams, but oh my goodness, it was so good. You're so cute. Got snacks.
Over to Twitch.
Uh-oh, you read the first page of my book the other day. You're pleased not to feel lost in fantasy/sci-fi indie from the start. Thank you. Now I'm nervous. Yep. Yeah, I really like that scene because he's got to And getting kicked out of college was not a fun way to start that book. And yeah, let's see. You're reading some pages from several books, but you remember being more interested in the story than you expected to be. Going to be fun. It was a fun aside. I hope you like it. Oh no. Now people get to realize what a fraud I am. See, the German. See, I'm using Duolingo for both the Japanese and to brush up my German. And for those, like for the German, it's fine, but again, it pronounces the words, which I may or may not need. Like the newer vocabulary, I definitely need. Because when I learned German, there wasn't an internet.
I'm using Duolingo for Italian and Swedish. Those are those two languages that I'm trying to learn.
I think it would be dangerous if I learned Swedish.
I was looking on the app the other day, and I could have sworn it has Klingon on there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, just to make sure I saw that correctly.
Klingon, Dothraki, Valerian, and I know somebody was working on Sindarin, which is the language, one of the languages of the elves from Lord of the Rings. Because you can contribute a class to it. So,
oh, the guinea pig is eating. Oh no!
it's just too much cuteness. I think we might have to just start a sprint called "Let's watch the guinea pigs for a bit."
So if you notice, Parker is bigger than Paris. Paris is the one who's currently in the Heidi.
Mm-hmm.
Like Paris is like so much smaller actually.
That's funny.
And I'm pretty sure she's the one who does the like squeals that make me go, "What happened?"
Minerva has learned if she makes a panicked meowing sound, I come running to her, and she thinks it's a game now.
Prize card.
And I'm not pleased.
Oh, come on.
I bet.
Hello, Carrie. How are you doing today? Hubby is trying to cook dinner while tiny human squeals for attention.
I had 3 basics. 2 of which are
Tiny human.
Sorry, Greg.
So, Mr. P is working on promo items for the short story. Awesome. Release character art. Ooh.
Nice.
Nice. I have to go check that out.
Okay, let's do this thing.
See, you usually turn on Magic School Bus on Netflix.
Let's do this thing.
I can see that. I know
I
that
used
was
to Magic School Out or Magic Tree. Magic School Bus. My goodness, I can't speak.
Miss Frizzle.
Kid.
Let's see. Started learning French before the internet. Yeah. Which is a real problem because there's a lot of words that I don't know what the German word are for because, like, I don't know what, like, basically any internet related word. I have no idea.
All the witnesses are grass. Come on.
That would be fun.
Grass.
I don't really like snakes, but
Grass.
I yeah, that would be fun to be able to like hiss at a snake and get it to do what you wanted. Like, get out of my yard. That would be nice.
Oh, right.
I would like.
Okay, let's flip.
You really want to learn Norwegian and French to upgrade from bilingual to a polyglot. See, I really want to learn Swedish, but I don't know if I'm going to let myself do it. I have a language problem. Hello, Kat. How are you doing? How does one make a character feel 3D? You're giving them hobbies, personality, etc. Honestly, I don't. For me, at least, I don't feel that like hobbies and stuff is what makes a character feel real, unless it does the one thing that it makes you feel like they have a life between the pages. For me, a truly three-dimensional character is one that you feel like did something when you weren't watching them. Like when you have a time jump or a chapter break and there's a time skip in there, you can imagine the things that they were doing because you understand them well enough. And so if the hobbies and things give you a better understanding of who the character is, then that's a good way to make them 3D. But just giving them
That doesn't count.
I'm sorry. I said just giving them a hobby, and then Stephanie's kid said that doesn't count. I'm like, somebody's getting red in here.
They're playing Pokemon cards and they're flipping coins. Yes.
But yeah, do everything that you can to give them a sense of having other interests other than the plot. That's the biggest thing that will make your character feel one-dimensional. If every ounce of their being is completely consumed with just the plot,
Now it counts.
then that's all they are. They don't have any other dimensions. If they're also like, I don't know, building model airplanes because they like it, and that is maybe part of a subplot or something, or at least something that they do while talking to other characters, that makes them feel a little bit more real. I don't know if that helps at all. Yeah. Well, remember, you're not trying to replicate humans. This is the other side of the coin. Stories don't try to replicate real life. Real life is messy and confusing and doesn't make sense. Stories need to make sense. Unless you're doing some avant-garde thing, and then more power to you. But stories need to make sense. So, again, I don't know. Anybody got a tip on that?
I agree with CV though. I don't have a tip, but I do agree with CV.
Yeah. I know. I kind of want the magic tree bus now. I feel like it would exist in the world with Totoro. Like you would take the cat bus to the magic tree bus, and the magic tree bus would teach you about life. I don't know.
Well, now I'm thinking of a combo of the magic school bus and the magic treehouse.
That's what I was getting mixed up in my head. I was thinking of the magic treehouse for some reason.
I didn't even think about that.
Hey, if anybody ever wants to give me magic treehouse books, I will not turn them down. I love me some magic treehouse. I don't care how old I get. I don't care if I can read it in 5 minutes. I will read them all.
Alrighty, are we about ready to do, I don't know, a sprinty sprint?
Sure. Megan, how do you like that book? Did you open it yet?
You mean this book?
Oh, I've never read that book. So
This one?
yeah,
The Emotional Craft of Fiction: How to Write the Story Beneath the Surface by Donald Moss.
so you like it? I mean, I haven't.
So far, I like it. It's got a lot. It's got a lot stuffed in there that I have to go through. Like I know I'm gonna have to read through this at least like twice to get everything that is in here because it's just packed.
Good. I'm glad that you like it. There's a lot in there.
Yeah.
And if it's
No, I
anything
love
like most of Donald Moss's books, there's going to be a ton of like exercises.
Every few pages is like every other page is an exercise that to go through to work on the emotional content of your story. So I have a lot of work cut out for me.
Which I really like about his stuff because it's not just trying to memorize what he's saying. He's actually giving you ways to, practice it and, see it for yourself. That's not over here. That was over here. Thought I had a copy of Fire and Fiction over there because that's another Donald Moss book that I really like. Now I'm wondering where my copy of Fire and Fiction went. I thought it was right there. It is not. What have I done with it? Did I do the shocking thing and put it back on the bookshelf? Did I actually put it back? Oh, how uncharacteristic of me. Oh. Alrighty. So let's Should have done this beforehand, but I didn't. No, I'm not going to show that. That's a promo image that nobody gets to see but me. Guess what I forgot to do? Try this again.
What's that feeling? No, it's just-
Oh, you didn't share the sound, did
I'm
you?
not hear the sound. Yeah. There we go. Hey, look where it was when we left last time, and alien dancing and sad everybody else. Alrighty, so I'm feeling my oats today. I've already been writing with Jewel, and I've been writing through Lumiru and a couple other streamers that I was watching today. So I'm thinking of going straight into a 25 just because I want to get this outline finished. This outline.
Do I want to be the devil or the little green guy? That is the question. They're both so adorable.
Okay, I gave you enough time, vampire. I was waiting. It's like usually Kat and I fight over the vampire, and
Well, then I'm gonna go.
do. No, go ahead.
I'm gonna go with death.
Death.
I'm gonna go with the doctor person.
I'm gonna go with the green guy, I think. Yeah.
alrighty. So, second question before we get into this: would people prefer if I did where is it this mode during the sprint? So,
You're a baby.
or not?
How's that for a
It could be
reason?
too distracting because I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to do that. So,
Doesn't count.
I think we can handle it. We're all
You're just going to put one.
okay. No tea, no shade, but we're all adults enough to, I include myself in that, to not just watch the guinea pigs the entire time, right? Right? If you do, Friday, you earned it.
Oh,
I'm shopping for said guinea pigs right now. Oh, I need to get vermectin to prevent bites and anything like that. So,
I have to say, it knows to move everybody up. So why can't it just move that to the other side of the screen instead of covering up Stephanie's face? Like, seriously, like, here. Ain't nobody here to see my face. There we go. That's better. Now I don't feel so guilty. All right. Here we go. Let's get into the sprint. I'm going to see how far I can get into book 4 during this one. And I can't wait to see what y'all get up to. We're going to be sprinting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sprint! Well, it looks like it's between the dragon and the demon. But, oh, wait, the nurse came up. Nurses, they're falling back. Is it going to be
Nope.
the vampire? Wait, oh.
It's the clown?
No, it's the nurse. It's the nurse. Whoever had evil bloody nurse, you win.
Dang. I didn't have her this time.
Oh, nursey do. Okay. So, how did everybody do? I'm very excited to say I finished the outline for book 4. So,
Yay!
one more, and I have figured out the entire thing. I really like how they're changing tactics. I really don't know how that's going to affect book 5, but I'm excited. What the rest of y'all do?
I had to pop in my emergency exit screen because my lovely cat decided to climb up the said screen and pull the screen out when her long ass nails got caught in the screen.
Oh no!
Oh no!
But the screen did not get ripped, so that's good.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
It's the only one that I can open the window. It's the emergency exit window in my room. I can open the window and still have the screen down, fresh air, and no bugs coming in. I don't know what she was thinking.
If you want, I can ask the hubby what brand he got, but we actually bought some screening that's supposed to be pet safe. And when we put it in one of the doors, the cats literally climbed up it and just hung off of it. And it made no runs, no holes, no nothing.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, it's I think it's a nylon one.
Oh, okay.
And like the door to the office, so that there's some airflow, we put a window in it, but then we realized it's high enough the cats could jump through from one of the nearby counters, so we put some of it on there. And for a while, when I first started using the office, Minerva would just leap onto it and hang on and look at me and meow. I can see you. I know you're in there. Let me in.
Let me in!
And it has no holes, no runs, no nothing. Like, this stuff is magic. And if I remember correctly, it wasn't that expensive for a roll. So,
Hey, Mom,
I'll ask him what brand it is. Because,
Walmart.
yeah. Cats and things.
Where's your last place?
We also used it out on the deck because I didn't want the outside animals finding a way in. You know, raccoons, possums, feral cats, that evil turtle that mocks the dog. So, what did the rest of you end up doing?
I have a 19.
Well, I was distracted by the chat, so I didn't get much of anything done.
What's good with this?
I noticed that there is chatting.
I've been cleaning.
Yay for cleaning. I got up and started looking for that book a little bit. At one point, I was like, what did I do with it? And I was like, you're procrastinating. You don't need it. One, you literally typed up every exercise you like to put it into your workbook, which, again, make your own writing book. It's very valuable. Make your own workbooks. Update them as you learn. It's a very, very good thing to do. And two, I'm just trying to find an excuse and not to figure out how they're going to defeat the bad guy in book 4. So I sat back down. But I kind of want to clean this office because it's not really clean. It's completely reorganized. Because I want to go through my bookshelves and figure out what books I'm giving away. Because there's a lot of books over there I don't want anymore. I'll get there. I will get there. I'm just stopping here in the scroll back because you never know. No, I never want to meet a 4 foot. Be 4 foot. No. Yeah, that's true about all of our wildlife around here are snakes. Like all of it. We have like 16 varieties of snake, and a lot of them are poisonous. And I don't like it. I'm starting there. Let's see. Do you know what? Says Brandon. It has been a while since I last reviewed Duolingo. So, in honor of me, I will review it again to see if it is accurate and a good resource. Thank you. Yeah, I do kind of worry about that. I like when it comes to the Japanese, I know that it's helpful because I've noticed when I'll be watching something, and even if it's dubbed, I'll see like a sign and I'll be able to actually read the sign in the shop window now. And I'm like, yay! Little pictures and stuff. But yeah, I do worry that like they're just like, they'll never know. Like just pulling the wool. Depending on how you want to look at it, like Florida is more
Florida's got more creepy stuff.
Well, they also have like Florida, like that whole southern like inner curve there. That's where we've got our gators and stuff, which is like, you know, I think about the crocs and stuff, like not just the snakes when I think about Australia. And I don't know how far into Texas the alligators get. I know that they've got them in Louisiana, so I would assume like right there by the Louisiana border there'd be some alligators and stuff, but I didn't live on that side of Texas. I lived up towards the Panhandle when I lived there, and I didn't like it. But we were
apparently the southern, including the eastern third of Texas.
So yeah,
I Googled it.
That whole region I would kind of consider, because like also you have to remember in Florida, because of Hurricane Andrew and idiots just letting them go, they also have all the boa constrictors and pythons.
Oh yeah, those things are creepy.
There are legitimate, like it's sad that we have to have organizations just to catch the ones who have been released into the wild.
But they have found nests, they are breeding, and they're spreading. So.
Yes, my nightmare, because they can withstand cold temperatures too. So they're migrating closer to me, and I'm like, no,
yeah,
stay away.
They're estimating in the next 5-10 years they're going to be where I'm at.
Oh God,
that's okay. We have weird, freaking monitor lizards that nobody knows where they came from. So, yay. And we keep getting told they don't exist, but people keep like killing them after they go after their livestock. So,
stop lying to us.
Tis what
I have
it
to.
is. In the piney woods, people have to keep their pine needles raked, not because of fire, but because of the copperheads. This is so true. And the rattlesnakes. My grandmother, on several occasions, she lived out on T Highway, and on several occasions had to just park her car and wait for the big rattlesnakes to get across the road. Because it would look like a tree had fallen across the road, and then she'd stop the car and then notice it was slowly crawling across, and she'd just have to wait because she was always afraid that with them being that size, they might be able to get up to the window in the truck.
Oh, probably.
yeah,
And
my nightmare.
My dad told me a story of he went camping one time and he woke up to a cottonmouth sleeping on his chest.
No, I don't want to listen to this.
It obviously didn't bite him.
Ugh, but still.
yeah. Yeah, we have those around here. That's how you know it's both spring and fall, because they go in both spring and fall. You look out and it looks like it's snowing, and it's not snow. It's just spiders flying to their new homes.
I don't like that.
You're not alone.
Really, I don't think I will ever be able to visit you.
I don't blame you. Like, I've had several people be like, when all this is over, I'm going to come visit. I'm like, why? Just tell us where you are. It'll be better. Like, not that I'm like, don't want people to come visit. That's great. That's wonderful. But like, seriously, there's nothing here. My family ended up here because their last house got eaten by a sky kaiju. They were like, maybe God doesn't want us to live in Kansas. And then they moved here. And, you know, not the best reason. Yes, this is the Let's Traumatize Megan strain. It does feel like we have gotten there.
Okay.
It's Casper.
No, I just won't show up. I have to turn off the guinea pig cam
All right.
because phone battery.
Whoop. And whoop. There we go. Let's see. Where are we in the chat? So you translated Song of the Sea into Gaelic. Since it is supposed to be in that language. I have enjoyed this movie. I have not seen, what is it, Wolf Riders yet. I've not watched it yet. It's on my list, but I've been having weird emotional reactions to things. So. Yes, there is Cat's Redbubble store.
I'd actually prefer you to go to my Etsy and buy a planner.
Allie, is this
What's on your Redbubble store, Kat?
Me has to go back and check. Like, oh, what do I have up there? I know I have a couple of my stickers.
Yeah, I only have some Mother Superior stuff up on mine.
I have my Saint Bernard. This is actually my late dog Barney. So I have a couple of versions of this. This one's the one with the halo. There's a version without the halo, and then there's a grayish version of it. And then this is Doper.
Oh.
And then I have
What was her name? Sarah?
my Super Cat is on there. I'd show you that sticker, but on the computer. Well, I literally can't show you. It's literally on my computer. A bunch of my hashtags designed together. A bunch of random things.
I'm not gonna embarrass myself right now, but that would be fun. I am currently debating over some of the sources I want to use for lyrics for a couple of the songs that I'm doing because I'm kind of hoping that I can peer pressure some people into singing on the album so that you don't have to just deal with my horrible thing that I'm also singing. But so far, that has not. But I will continue to try. Because, especially one song that I want to do, I would really love to get Meadow's voice on it. Because Meadow's voice is love it. I love it. I do. It's bad. It's bad. By the way, I moved the light. Can you tell? It's in a different place. It's not as bright It's not as bright in my eyes. And I think I look almost human colored now. So, still experimenting. Though I know exactly where it needs to go when I'm filming a video. I just can't turn it off when we're sprinting. If I put it up. Well, I could. Actually, I could. I know where it's moving to next. As the experiments continue. By the way, I just started saying this. Is this a new account, or did you just completely rebrand everything? That's a new avatar, and I noticed you changed the way at least your name is displayed.
T-Rex.
I like it. Let's see. Also did some light research on how to host a Don't Starve Together server. That would be cool because thanks to somebody talking about it all the time, I may or may not have purchased this game. Actually, I've already had Don't Starve Together. I bought the other ones and they were on sale. And I've never played Don't Starve Together. Just saying. Let's see. Okay. I will be finished my review soon. Lol. I'll give you the info then. Thank you. That's amazing. Let's see. I've resisted the urge to open up and just play multiple times. I have feelings. Yes. Yes, knowing the two things that I know. One, there's a new WandaVision that I have to wait for the hubby to get home to watch. It's like not easy. And especially, like the twists have been twisty, y'all. Like the twists have been twisty. And also, there's a party Gordo. What needs catching? And I haven't done that yet. So let's see. We have.
Or should
Oh. Let's see.
The no bros. I love it.
Oh, I love that. I absolutely love that. I kind of want to make a children's book called The Nope Rope.
Stay away from the no bro.
Yes, there is a python hunting season now. Texas. My experiences with Texas were one, I was young, so bear that in mind. We also went through 3 tornadoes and 2 hurricanes while I was there. So that colors my views of it. And we were surrounded by Klansmen. So
I'm over here.
colors my opinions of it. But I did not like Texas when we lived there.
Such delightful neighbors.
Oh, and they kept trying to get my dad to join. And like my dad is definitely not an SJW, but if there's one thing in this universe that he despises, it's a Klansman. I didn't know my dad could get that angry. that was a fun thing to learn. Let's see. Hoping over get a volcano. Yeah. See, now I'm just going to be thinking about Yellowstone. Like nothing but Yellowstone. Just that place scares the crap out of me. Got distracted with Lego. I feel on behalf of the corporate synergies to say that it's a Lego. There is no such thing as a plural word, Lego. Legos. Just because I think it's funny that they literally go after people on social media who use the S. Because there is no such thing as Legos. It's all Lego, singular and plural. I find that very funny. Let's see. How long ago was that sprint? I don't know, but we're about to do another one. So who knows? Maybe I can get another book done in 25 minutes and then figure out what the hell I'm going to do for the rest of the stream. That'd be cool.
Fan fiction?
No, that's not real wood. Wood.
I'm sorry, I don't think I have any real wood around me.
I know the one
Wait.
that's real wood. I watched
No,
them
this is-
carry it.
Somebody made it out of scrapwood.
Let's see. Rebrand. Works for me. I like it. I like it. It looks good. I do that way too often. If anybody's gone to my channel page recently, they'd be all like,
Hi, tiny human.
let's see, where are we? I'm going to just kind of speed through. Danger Noodle.
Danger Noodle. Ugh.
That sounds like a villain, either from Danger Mouse or Inspector Gadget. Like, I can just see Inspector Gadget having to fight off the Danger Noodle. Like, that just seems like something. I don't
No
know.
ropes and danger noodles.
No ropes and Danger Noodle. Yes. I mean, no, but you know what I mean.
Yes to watching, no to encountering.
Yes. That's the one. I see a beep sheet. By the way, I may have flooded Lumiru's stream with a bunch of grumpy cats earlier today when I got a gifted sub. So, which hopefully will translate into people coming to see your next stream, because a lot of people asked where I got that emote from, and it's all done. So, promotery. And I'm so good at doing for other people and never for myself. All right.
winter will go.
So,
All frogs.
yes, let's race again. Yes, let's shuffle. Oh, that's
Oh, I
tricky.
gotta go with my pumpkin head. I just love my pumpkin head.
He is very cute.
I'm gonna go with the little alien.
Arr, matey. I feel like I need to go with the crazy horror pirate because that's how my arm kind of feels today. Ah.
Leader. Deputy.
Alrighty. I don't know why I found that so funny, but like between I'm Team Jacko and Snack is your friend.
No.
No, I grew up in a house where my mother constantly told me stories of all the snake bites that she had to like survive. Let's do this again because again nobody's gonna break for my face.
Doctor.
All right. Plus, I can hide. I can get down here. All right. And you can't see if I mess up the count now. Yay! Well, your motives. All right. So let's get this up and running, shall we? Let's get started. All 5, all 4, 3, 2, 1, and sprint! Woo, the Pirates off to a lead.
Parker did not like that.
Oh, poor Parker.
She ran out of her. She's like, ah! And ran around for a second when it happened.
So it looks like the cannibal one.
Oh,
If anybody had the cannibal. Hello, y'all. I moved the light again. Can you tell? I'm trying things. See? Look, I am well lit, and the background is background color. Wow, I'm learning.
did somebody just
And
try to
there's a
start an
freight
engine?
train moving through.
I never made them little squares like that.
What was that, Cat?
Did somebody just try to start an engine?
No, it is my classroom size electric pencil sharpener that my friend sent to me at Christmas time. Because every time we got a stupid like $1, $2 pencil sharpener, a hand one, it would like it would just be eaten by whatever. I don't know. It would just disappear. So she surprised me and sent me one. So
Oh,
Oh,
yes, I know the little things that delight me.
so
My mommy got me this one. This pencil sharpener, it works fantastic.
Ooh.
I just realized I have that on full brightness. Let me try it on the other setting.
Yeah, ours it's like a classroom one that you plug in, so we don't have to worry about batteries. So, which is nice.
Hey, that's even better on that orange. The only difference is where it is now. I have to stand up to actually reach it. I did not finish the outline for book 5, but in the great reason for why I'm doing this, the way that I'm doing it, I did realize that I have to create a couple characters in book 2 for book 5 to work. So I was able to name them and go back into my outline, the outline portion for book 2, and start working them into the story. So
Ooh.
that's the point and purpose of this. Now the trick is going to be, am I actually going to follow it through?
I think the case of not following through is probably pretty heavy. Yes. I think that's more likely than not.
But the really cool thing is, I like the characters that are coming out, so I will at least have a very good cast of characters to follow. So, yay!
You can really see the division where my hair becomes natural hair color. Dye.
I can't wait for my hair dye to get here. I just can't wait. I can't wait. So if anybody saw the weird picture of me with black hair on my story the other day, I was playing around with a filter that Aphrodite Lee was talking about, and I decided I actually thought I looked good in the picture. So I have ordered black hair dye.
Can't wait to see that, Charlie.
I'm very excited. That plus the makeups. Because I actually liked the way it looked. I don't know what it's going to look like in real life once it's actually on my head, but that's why I'm getting a semi-permanent. That way I don't have to live with it forever, because this is a long time to wait for something to grow out
Yes.
if you don't like it. So semi-permanent dye.
How many boxes are you getting?
I got 2 because when I did the math, based off the old stuff that I used to use, which came in 2-ounce portions, it took 3 to 4 of those, and these are 4 ounces.
Okay.
So
my hair, I used 2 boxes of like semi-permanent hair dye, and it didn't get. But I left it on there longer. But like as you can see, there's some black throughout it that wasn't at the roots. So just you might need more than 2. Just saying.
yeah, well, I'm going to get started with this because the other thing that I was thinking about is, especially if depending on what loses color first, I might be able to use my gray streaks for highlights. my gray streaks are very resistant to dye. Like they're going to be the things that are hardest. So this may be one of those things that like the rest of my hair stains the dark color, the others don't, and I can just like wash in various other colors for colored highlights, and that would make me very happy. So But yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Let me know what everybody else was up to while we were doing that. I actually think I like the light.
I moved my computer. I hate it. I can actually like touch the majority of my desk,
Yeah, I can't do that
but not at the same time.
because I actually have a lap desk on top of my desk because it makes my keyboard at just the right height that my wrists don't hurt. So, anybody who has that problem with their wrists hurting from typing, it's a thing to try. It's a thing I discovered by accident, actually, and only because I started streaming and put it up on the lap desk on top of a table so the webcam would be higher.
Yes, Ellen.
And then realized, hey, my wrist stopped hurting. Magic. Oh no. Everybody hide. She's free. The Dark Queen has escaped the shackles of labor and is now out to inflict her ghoulish desires upon us all. And I have to say, I can't wait to see what kind of Lovecraftian nightmare you come up with next. I'm just saying, soon you're going to get so good at this, we're just going to start calling them, I don't know, what would that be, Nettleian?
We better come up with that before it gets out there too much. Get the lingo
Would you
down.
say it's been nettled?
Nettled.
That story's been totally nettled. I got nettled by a story last night. Like, I was doing fine, and then, oh my God, it just scared the crap out of me.
There you go.
Oh, we are getting a lesson in the chat, which is somebody's mic just suddenly got loud,
Hey.
which is weird.
Yeah, I can hear snow.
I said something.
I can too.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just enjoying reading the chat. Okay, let's get to what's going on. How is everybody doing? Where are we now? Let's try. See, if I told you where my ancestors from, you'd probably not like me. Just saying, because I actually know where we came from in Ireland.
I used to know, but then I forgot.
Yeah, I was kind of sad when I found out. I think I was just like, really?
So
Okay.
I'm not sure like what the origin locations, but I love how my mom told me that I was. She's like, we have a little bit of Scottish and a little bit of Irish, but the one that drinks more is the one we have more of. I'm like, really? How do you differentiate this, mother?
Me open. What did you do?
My grandfather was the most stereotypical version of an American Irish person that you will ever meet. He was about 5'2" and redheaded, late into life. Like, he just had white put in with the rest of the red hair, and had a temper that could not be stated without fisticuffs. I mean, he was something else. Something else. Carrie sent the tiny human back to the husband and got half a page outline.
Woohoo!
I don't know why, but I had this image because I think it's because I've been watching too much Transformers stuff lately. But of you like folding the child like an envelope and like mail, like literally sending, like, whee! It's just a funny image in my head and child abuse in real life. Maggie got 414 words. Just 6 words short. Just 6 words short. I have a phone call that I have to take. I will be right back.
Should we continue reading the
Chat.
Yeah, let's
All
see.
right, where was he at?
I have to add things for my book 4 outline because I added a love interest in book 3 and have to work her in. That was Carrie. Then Eva says, I thought it looked cool too, but also your hair was down and I don't often see it that way.
Was she referring to Charlie or me?
I'm not sure.
I'm wondering if it's to the filter that Charlie used yesterday
Maybe.
to
Okay.
see how their hair looks black.
It was really long too in that
Yeah.
picture. I didn't realize his hair was so long. Or
Yeah.
I didn't realize their hair was so long. All right.
Yeah, their hair is extremely
Then Brandon says, I just wrote my honest review of how accurate Duolingo is. I need to start outlining.
And then Maggie said an 8 baked chicken with avocado for dinner.
Ooh, that sounds delicious.
And then Tessa said, hi everyone, just hitting
Hi,
like and
Tessa.
saying hi on the way to her stream at 7 o'clock Eastern.
also in 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Is that? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is.
CB says, not going to be able to print this tonight because it's 11:45 p.m. My goodness, you're up late, CB.
And then Maggie said it took four boxes to do my daughter's long hair, and mine takes 2 boxes.
Everything's fine.
Oh, good.
Okay. We were just reading
My
through the
father
chat while
forgot.
you were away.
Yeah, my dad forgot that I was streaming tonight, and we just call into chat, and I'm just like, why is Dad calling? I hope everything's fine. Had a moment because this happened last week, and that was because my cousin died, and had a moment, like definitely answering this. Need input. So I think I heard you.
Yeah.
Now, we finished that comment. We're now at CB's comment.
Alrighty. Sorry about that, everybody. Let's see. You got your new overbed desk.
Ooh.
That's exciting. That's exciting. My dream is to have Brandon Sanderson set up where you've got like a nice recliner that you can work in, and one of those like tables that's like hospital tables that's kind of on an arm that swivels out in front of you to type on, that you can like I want that. I want that. It's like a life goal. I want it right over there. I got space for it right there. Do all my writing. The streams are going to get weird, but I don't care. Right over there. I want it. Ooh, did Tessa just start her stream?
In like 10 minutes.
Awesome.
English literature, yes.
This thing.
Well, I'm glad we make you smile because I love your fiction. It makes me smile. Yes, lovely Laura. Lovely, lovely. My eyes dissolved as liquid was leached from my body. In terror, I looked it down to see my skin flaking and transmuting. Elements melted and realigned into different materials. Flakes of my body disintegrated into the air, blowing through the slats in the window as to mingle with the nothingness my people had become. You see what I'm talking about? Like right there. That's like everything right there. Like
Yes.
That.
So vivid.
So vivid. So good. Okay, we're from Armagh in Northern Ireland. Don't hate me. Let's see.
I'll open it.
We are back. Time to feed the baby goat.
Oh, baby
Eat the baby
feeding
goat.
time.
Can I sit on here?
All right. See, I'm now resizing icons from teeny tiny to just teeny tiny. I feel so like I have done this so many times because you're still working on the website, right? I have done this so many times, it's not even funny. Like it's just like my eye is trying to start twitching from looking at the pixels. Like I can just feel the little twitch in the corner of my eye. I'm like, have I fixed it even better now?
Oh wow, Stevie.
It's early for me. Whew. Sleep isn't necessary anyways. As my friend Ted always liked to say, sleep is for the weak. The well-rested, but the weak. And as somebody who has struggled with insomnia throughout my life,
Hit by your sister, okay?
I have taken solace in this statement over the years. Alrighty, up.
Guinea pig.
We have a special guest on the stream tonight. Let's see. I'm terrible at this. I'm going to say that's Parker.
No,
Oh, I was right.
he doesn't have a mask.
I'm so bad at it.
I'm so bad at it too.
Parker has a mask.
Paris Seasoning and Parker Bandit, right?
Yeah,
I'm thinking that
Paris
Parker has,
seasoning.
Paris seasoning.
I had them all kinds of backwards.
She's also a lot smaller than her sister. She gets
I
older.
so cute.
I need
Piggy!
Can I look at your nails to see how long they are? Because I know I'm going to have to prepare myself to have to cut them soon.
I feel like that. Yeah, yes, that would.
let me see.
That seems about right. That would be the Ulster.
Ulster.
I like- Yeah, it's not that far from Ulster. Yeah. There's. Yeah, that. Doug Waddle.
No. You cut out with my hand, cut out of
I have to say, one of my favorite Tugwaddle characters in the story is called Senex, which is Latin for old man. Because, Zelda, I needed a character just named Old Man. And so I did. Because as I've often said about this, I don't know that I can go too far enough for this particular story that I'm working on. Don't worry, kids. I am not going to interrupt the guinea piggery. I just need to do that so that when I do that, everything still works.
I'm actually probably going to put her back in a second. I just wanted to make sure that she didn't have any bite marks from her sister because I was afraid her sister was biting her.
Aww.
So she gives little yelps sometimes.
They're so sad.
Oh, so cute.
So much so cute, nice. Like, I'm on the naughty list today. Like, the dog is so upset that the hubby went to work that she is sitting in his chair in the living room, and she wouldn't. I asked her if she wanted to come back here, and she just looked up at me and went, and just stayed there. So,
You ready to go back in your cage?
he's so cute.
So
All right.
I think I'm gonna go with the ghost.
So you're the ghost. Laura, I think, picked the ghost in chat. If I was.
We're going to skip a death.
I'm gonna go with the vampire.
Then I'm going to do werewolf. Because I ain't doing a clown or a cannibal.
Ready to go back. Okay.
No. That is not happening. Alrighty. I hope that you are ready for this. I have not been giving you your things because it's Friday and I'm being lazy. But make sure that you're hydrating. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself. If you have not gotten up and moved around at all, we've been doing this for 2 hours. You might want to do that. That might be a good thing to do. And always make sure you're saving your work. Don't feed the gremlins. They're hungry. They want our words. They want everything. I mean, poor Jules still hasn't gotten her internet back. The gremlins are just after everything. Don't feed them. All right. Let's get started and see how far I can get into book 5. Starting in 5, 4, 3, What a sprint! No, it was the Scream dude. Hello, Scream dude. Yeah, I'm doing that. All right. So my lighting has changed again because I have learned exactly how long the battery on this thing lasts, and I'm learning now how long it takes to charge it. So I may not be using it for streams. I may look like this on streams, but I have learned where to put it so that my videos can look. So, very excited.
It's amazing how much light that little thing gives off.
It is. The cats were doing something down the hallway last night. I was playing with it in the living room, and I just turned it on and aimed it, and it like lit up the entire living room and the hallway all the way.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Just like, we may want to get these for like times when we're at the restaurant. We need to do something, and you can just clip them on the front of your shirt and just have like a light. Because they illuminate everything. Like everything is like brilliantly lit. And especially for the money. Like these
Yeah, it wasn't that much.
that was like 15, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
So yeah. I'm very happy.
Okay, I'll be back. I'm going to continue with my attempts at guinea pig painting.
Good luck.
So I have not finished the outline for book 5 yet because the story has morphed and new characters are appearing and new motivations are happening, and like not like new, but like because of the twist that took place in the outline for book 3, it has really changed the way I'm seeing book 5, and I don't know how people are going to take the series, but I'm liking it. But it's different. It's not what I thought it was going to be, but in a good way, because in some ways it's exactly that story that you think it is, and in another way it's not. I like the balance of that. So, what did everybody else get up to during that sprint?
Well, I fed my puppies, and then I was on Twitter. I had to remember there, like, what was I doing before this? Twitter. Twitter's what I was doing.
Show us your pigs.
Oh, I gotta do the zoom. Do the zoom.
She's still on mute. I don't know if she can hear you.
Look
I don't care
here,
if
oh
she can hear
my
us.
god.
Okay, she can hear us. We just
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Hello.
So adorable.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
no. Sorry, getting
With the
caught up.
nose wiggles. Oh wow, that's rough.
So Meadow is not going to have internet for another full week or longer.
Yeah, my
We
sister
might have gotten her internet back.
my sister lives out near
Devin
her.
said she just
and,
posted on.
She posted that yesterday.
Oh, okay.
She messaged us that she might have it back.
My sister lives out near Meadow, and they were out of electricity totally for 4 days. Like, not even that far away from where I am. Like maybe a 2-hour drive, give or take. It's crazy.
You don't want to get some able
Yeah, we've been very lucky. There have been rolling blackouts in our state, but
There's
none
the
of them
jerk.
got out to us. But, and this is where my dark, evil, sinister agenda kicks in. We also are the only place in the region that still has a co-op and are not governed by the whims of an evil corporation that only wants our money.
So you're both in the basement.
I'm not saying that necessarily is the only reason, but I find it interesting that all the people that like got rid of their co-ops and went with the giant faceless corporation that doesn't have to answer to the people, they all lost their power. We still have our co-op. We still lose our power.
Yeah, our electricity is a small electricity company that actually pays out shares and dividends,
Yep, same.
and all our lines are buried. So guess what? Ice storms, not a problem here. But everyone else in the state, they get their electricity from bigger companies that have not buried theirs, who've been able to lobby to not, be part of all sorts of federal regulations. Yeah. And they are not doing well. They did not. Yeah, it's very questionable.
There have been a lot of studies that show how co-ops are better for, especially utilities and things of that nature. But it's one of the things that we in the state are noticing very heavily. It's really been a thing here. And I'm kind of hoping that they take up the proposal that we made at the last co-op meeting, because we're trying to get them to start strategically placing solar panels on residences, so that basically for a reduced energy bill, because you get first draw from the solar panels. Mm-hmm. You basically are granting them access to your booth, because it's sunny here the vast majority of the time, and the fact that we don't have solar panels everywhere is ridiculous. Maggie says, "Hi, Gloria." Hello, but it answered.
Yeah.
How did your humble brag meeting go?
What?
Hey, I'm not calling you out. That's what you called it. That's what you called it.
Okay, yeah, I was working on an opera with the composer, but that's actually what I was doing, but it was humble brag, hashtag flex, because I'm why, yes, I'm working on an opera, which was mostly us talking about time and how quantum physics works. That's literally what we did for 2 hours while I put on makeup. Yeah, that was composering, y'all.
And at least the first early iterations of my makeups should be here around the same time as my hair.
Nice.
So the transformation of Charlie shall commence.
Ooh, I cannot wait.
Now I just need to find nice clothes that I really, really like. I don't mind the t-shirts, but I miss my skirts.
I was chatting with a friend earlier. She's like, "You need to take that shirt off." And I'm like, "Excuse me, ma'am, I just put this shirt on." She's like, "You are showing way too much skin." And I was like, "Pardon me, but I was not raised in the church like you were. I'm not even showing my cleavage." Southern girls, when we get together on Zoom, it is wild.
Yeah, I felt called out by that. If you noticed, I immediately pulled my collar up.
Yeah. And I'm like, "Excuse me, I am not even showing the cleavage. I am a nice girl."
Yeah, that's a thing.
You need to go to one. I'm like, "I'm wearing my library shirt. This shirt is about an owl telling people to read. Just so happens my shoulder is cold."
Oh my goodness.
Anyway.
Though I have to say, if anybody hasn't watched Strange Aeon's latest video where she got her Yeet Pray Love shirt from that weird Christian place, I'm not saying that we didn't order some of those shirts for a friend of ours who is ultra pagan, but we may have ordered some of their shirts for a friend of ours who's super ultra pagan.
That's awesome.
Because they're amazing. That video was amazing, and she has the channel that I secretly want. Anybody playing the drinking game? The chat jumped on me.
I'm drinking, but nothing.
I miss Brandon saying that he was leaving.
Oh, bye, Brandon.
I see a bye, Brandon, in here. I don't see Brandon saying he's leaving. I don't understand. I'm confused.
Oh, it's this message right here. It says, "Sadly, I must go now."
Oh.
Yeah, my finger went too quickly, y'all. I tried.
See, this is why y'all need to be able to click. That.
Yes. I really think
That would be
that I'm
nice.
sure you had it where you can make people mods or something
Yeah.
in each, broadcast so that other people can run the chat. That would be lovely.
We're working on it. And while I'm not saying that I don't love these lovely little subtle animations that they added,
It's so important. Gosh.
the fact that you prioritized that over a functional thing that would actually make our lives better,
Right. It would take so much stress off the like whoever is hosting it.
Yeah.
That was why we had to like figure out how to get Tom so he could do it because it was just too much for me. So yeah, we need updates about Maggie and her slip that she's blaming on gravity and not snow.
Gravity is so cool. I've fallen twice inside my own house, and it was kind of funny. Like I kind of wish we would have filmed when we went to get our shots because everything was iced over, and like me trying to ice skate to the car while the hubby is desperately like trying to keep me from falling down because he had crampons on his shoes and I did not.
Ooh.
He did not slide at all.
It's always
Just cling
comical.
to him.
That's basically what happened, but like it was very it was a very Inspector Clouseau like are they going to get the cake to the table or not moment until I actually got into the car.
Dominic and Northern Child flex. I don't need ice shoes.
I honestly, ice is the reason I'm like, I'm not in any hurry to move up north. No.
I love when I'm like just wearing like the worst shoes like to walk on ice, and then there's people who are just like wearing like, oh, I got these shoes to walk on ice and they're slipping and I'm not, and I'm just like, y'all don't know how to walk, do you?
Also, that penguin waddle is like, there's no dignity in that, but it's better than a bruised bum. I will admit
That's
that.
what I loved about my tanker boots because the benefit of being a goth in the 90s when we got the 2 ice storms of the century, which technically if there were 2 of them in the same like 5-year period, one of them isn't. Anyway, tanker boots are designed for war, y'all. Like you cannot fall down in those things unless you try. And I know this because I have ankles that want to kill me. Like if there's a way I can fall down, oh, they go find it. They will find it. Except for when I have my tanker boots on, and I miss my tanker boots. I miss them so much. But I finally literally wore the leather out, and I'd basically have to get them completely rebuilt. Like it'd be cheaper to buy new ones, and that's still not cheap. Like the tank, not fashion, and also it's functional. Oh. Now I'm jumping. We'll get over it. Gonna get over it. Yeah, bruises.
Must not be named.
I can understand that. Well, you know, according to Douglas Adams, the secret of flight is learning to throw yourself at the ground and missing. It's the only thing that I'm really good at throwing things at is the ground. But yet, I persist in trying. Oh, your coop wouldn't approve of solar panels because of wind problems. Yeah. See, we don't have too much of a problem with wind here. They say, realizing that they normally would have said that about snow and ice.
You know, I would really question, like, oh, we can't control the inflow of power. I would normally say, like, you just unplug it. But I have since known somebody who actually worked for a solar power panel production company. And hearing how bass backwards her supervisors and owners of the company were, I'm like, you know, for all I know, it really is that big of a problem because these people are just so. Yeah, we need to grow up some better engineers. Is all I'm saying.
My father-in-law worked at DOA when they invented all this stuff. So one, careful, I'm telling you these also great how all this came to being, which is ready to close on my screen. Am I still here?
You're
back now.
Yeah, you're still there. You're just glitchy. I
Okay.
guess you could call it.
Everything just went wee. Everybody spun around. But anyway, he's given us like the full specs. Like when we told him we were interested in solar power, like he wrote up an engineering diagram for how it would work at our house. So, yeah, they do tend to try to take care of us. Singing "I hate Bruce," but I cannot
I
lie.
hate Bruce Butts and I cannot lie. It hurts my fat backside.
Oh my God, Cal.
That's better than the song I was singing this morning, but that's okay. I may have written the theme song for Capitalism if it were an 80s sitcom. The sweet thing.
So I almost got when I was taming of the guinea pigs. Parker was not having any of it, but I got Paris to at least calm down. Like, and then I was able to touch her without.
I'm supposed to get you to take.
I'm not going to say any of these words in deference to Megan because we have been on the terrorize Megan train today. But I neither support nor condemn these activities. 80 miles from the headquarters. So there are a lot of lines between us and them.
I'm pretty sure they have to they or you have to hook up a thing that actually stops or controls the backflow. Pretty sure it's just a device there.
And there's a lot of
An expensive device.
some of the newer batteries and stuff too that help with power control, with controlling power. I know.
I live in a state that the main energy company 100 years ago got windmills and power wind turbines outlawed. So they're literally illegal to own, not even if they're not hooked up to batteries or batteries. You literally can't own it without a special state permit,
Wow.
which is why you don't see any around at all.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. On these bright and shiny, happy notes. I think we are.
Let's catch some words, y'all.
So I just wanted to say that I'm gonna hop off screen because I gotta feed my minions dinner. I guess.
I mean, they're funny that way.
You have to.
Yeah.
Everybody
I
go
gotta
check
feed
out
them.
Stephanie's new book if you haven't already. I'm sure
She
John
has
has already put the link in
Got
the
3
chat.
kids and 2 book babies.
Yes, 2 book babies.
2 book babies.
Yes.
Woo-hoo.
Here we go. Oh wait, do I have a wrench, Charlie?
Oh, please tell me it didn't take your wrench away too.
I don't know. Let me see. I gotta pull up YouTube back.
Say
I don't know.
so.
I have no
Have you
idea.
said something? I'm scrolling through to see if you said something in chat recently. Here, just say hi. Just type hi in chat. Let's see if you've got a wrench.
Go.
'Cause if not, I can fix it.
Hold on.
Because it actually took some people's wrenches away. I know.
Oh, wow.
Back. It's one of the reasons why I've been keeping the.
Yes, I do have a
There it is.
wrench,
Yeah, you
and
got
I
a wrench.
put it.
There
I
you
put it
go.
in the YouTube chat. It's gonna take a minute to pop up, of course, because everything's slow. But that's the link to my
There it is.
latest book. I appreciate.
So there's a link to Stephanie's latest book, baby. Go check it
Thank
out
you.
if you are so inclined. And don't forget, Maggie also has,
Yes, Maggie does also have a book out.
because they have almost twins, virtual twin book babies that are completely unrelated.
Right? Just seemed like a good time of year to release a book, I guess.
Well, Maggie's trying to put us all to shame, putting out 10 books this year.
Holy crap.
Yeah, she's
That's
put out
a
a
lot.
lot.
I am also going to disappear
Alrighty.
because I need to actually clean and do homework.
Alrighty. I have the fun.
I won't. I'm not gonna have fun. It's not gonna be fun.
I don't know. I always put on LaBouche or some other kind of really obnoxious dance music, and then I
I
tell
might-
myself that it's a form of interpretive dance.
I might
I
turn
try
on
to keep cleaning.
the album from the Broadway thing 6.
Well, I mean, at least the baby has an opinion.
Really?
When will you be getting outfits for them? Asking for a friend.
Matching bow ties. And bow ties and hair ties.
Yes!
They're babies, so they're actually going to grow quite a bit more. That's also why taming them right now is so hard, because normally you can actually hold a guinea pig like this and their butt will still be like a big space, but because they're so tiny, they just fill my hand. Like, that's how big they are. So, like, to tame them, I can't tame them correctly because they're so tiny.
They're too tiny. Oh no, my babies are so
And they have
tiny.
sharp nails.
Oh no, they're so cute. It's just so terrible. I don't know what
Can you
they
buy
do.
like really fine sandpaper and just have them walk on it to like trim their, file down their nails a little?
I'm actually going to have to cut them.
Poor babies.
I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah, they're gonna hate you.
I'm going to hate them.
I'm
Because
looking at.
She's killing me, Mama.
Mommy's going to be sorry.
Can you keep claw grinders with them? Because our dog hates having her nails clipped, but we have one of those. It's basically like a Dremel with a
Yeah.
sandpaper that spins. You just take
Not
the claws
sure.
and just like done.
I'm not sure if you can do that with them because of where the vein is, and their
Mm.
nails are already so short. And I believe one of them does have dark nails.
Oh man.
One of them does not. So, like, I have to be very careful, and like as soon as I start clipping, I have to clip.
I only know how to clip dog nails.
I can actually just use regular me nail clippers.
No, I mean like my dachshund had dark nails, so like I only know like the lady who I used to use as the kennel to like keep her at when I would travel, because the kennel lady would literally take my dog into her house as she had her own room with her own divan to sleep on. My mini dachshund.
That dog is not spoiled at all.
And I'm like, this is a great deal for $3 a day that my dog can be worshipped in her own worship room and watch TV with the lady and have her own bedroom instead of have to sleep out in the kennel with the other dogs. So, just saying. But the lady taught me, because it's so hard to clip dark nails. She said, okay, so here's how it goes. You clip right below the curve, and you'll never hit a vein that way. So you don't clip above the curve, like here. You see where it curves? You clip right below, and you never have to worry, because I did clip my dog one time where she bled, and I felt so bad. I felt like a monster. And she's like, look, I don't mind clipping them, but I just think you should know just in case. And so she was right. That's how you clip dogs' dark nails, is you always clip right below the curve, and you never have to worry you're going to hit a vein. The first curve.
Yeah, there's a video that I saw of because the LA Guinea Pig Rescue has a YouTube channel. It might be Saskia at the Guinea Pig Rescue, but she found the Guinea Pig Rescue. So she does a lot of she's the one who the video that I watched to learn how to tame them.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
It's not training them; it's just allowing them to not run out of your hands.
Yes.
As you're putting them in the cage, so they don't hurt themselves, or so that I can actually just reach in and pet them. But she also has a video, I think, on nails. So,
That's cool.
okay.
It's okay, Maggie. It's all good. I knew what you meant. It's fine.
Alrighty, have the fun, y'all. Hopefully, I will get this done.
Comb all the doll hair.
Yes.
Hello, my pretty.
That's kind of my ideal hair length. I'm close, but I'm not quite there. It's most of the way down my back, but I want it a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, that hair's almost to that doll's butt.
That's the dream.
I mean, that doll could join a Pentecost church easy peasy here.
The last doll. So she's had this is her third doll. The first doll we had to get rid of because a roommate gave us bed bugs in the house, so let's just ignore that. The second, I have a process. If it ever fucking happens again, I hope not, but if it happens again, I know how to get rid of them speedily. But then the second one, Jackson got mad at her for not wanting to play with him, so he took one of his little monster trucks with like a motorized wheels and put it in the doll's hair.
Oh gosh!
Wow.
Yeah. I said, if you touch this all and ruin it, I'm taking away all of your stuffed animals and your Legos, and you'll have to do schoolwork every day, even on a Sunday, for a whole month. He has not touched her doll.
Good.
My threats work.
I'm not sure that kind of a threat would work on me because I was one of those kids that preferred being in school. But then again, I was an inverse child.
Like Monday, the kids were kind of annoying me while I was doing my live reading on my Facebook event on Monday on my release day. And I said, you know what, you guys are all annoying me. You're all doing homework at the bowling alley tonight because our bowling league opened up again. And they sat there for 3 hours and did schoolwork.
Oh, yep.
They were really, really good yesterday. They didn't want to do that again.
Nice.
All right, I'm going to go make these kids dinner. I'm making hamburger helper because they like it.
Nice.
And it's easy.
I miss Hamburger Helper.
I loved Hamburger Helper as a kid. Oh my gosh, it was like Hamburger Helper.
Yeah,
Well,
we ate a lot growing up. What was that, Charlie?
I said I have a posh Ponzi chef husband.
Yeah, I've kind of noticed. Tom's made some jokes about when we get to see you in real life. Will it, in fact, be like, here, come over here with me, Charlie, and you and I can eat chicken tenders and tuna noodle casserole or whatever. And, they can just like wow each other with like Ponzi food.
Yeah, that's kind of like, you can always tell like the days I cooked because it's like tuna casserole or like oodles and noodles or something like that. Like some like very like food of the common people.
Yes. Oh, like I was a fully fledged adult in my mid-20s before I found out that beef stroganoff is not made with ground beef. I had absolutely no clue that it's made with like chunks of meat.
Yeah.
Did not know.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I didn't know because I'd only ever had the hamburger helper type stroganoff, which I love, by the way. Fight me.
That's what we had last week. This time we're having, I think, cheeseburger hamburger helper.
Ooh.
Or cheesy helper. I don't know. Something with cheese on it. I don't eat it, so the kids are going to eat it. So.
I don't know. Like, it's just demanded.
Well, no, like it tastes good. I just, my taste buds have decided meat tastes gross. So there's a lot of stuff I can stomach and get past the
problem.
Yeah, my MS has made my taste buds wonky. Like a lot of meat tastes moldy to me. Like it's turned bad, and it's not. Because I have my husband, I taste it all the time.
I had a friend who had MS, who chocolate started tasting moldy and mildewy to her. She was so ticked off. Like, you've never seen a more angry person. I was like,
that's what
I cannot help you. I'm
like,
so sorry. Because she used to live on chocolate. It was bad. Yeah, she pretty much lived on chocolate and Moscata Asti, and it entirely changed her diet. She was like a police dispatcher, and this was how she just lived her life, right? And she was like, "Life has no meaning anymore, and I hate the world." And I'm like, "Now you sound like a real police dispatcher, if I'm honest."
Yeah, Lori, just spouting truth, one truth thing at a time. Because I want to play around that, but that's.
Yeah, of like all the police dispatchers I know, I mean, like it's pretty on brand. I'm like, you just finally joined the police dispatchers unofficial union, is all I'm saying.
I actually have a cheat recipe that I learned from Glenn and Friends. That's basically how much water to how much pasta, and then you can put any seasoning in it. And basically, it's homemade hamburger helper. Like you can like just as soon as you know the proportion, and it's one pot, just like hamburger helper. Like you just put everything in the pot, and when you're done, there's a meal, and you can do anything. And I do a minestrone thing with that is really good because you just
I love one pot meals because there's
And
less.
Yes, me
dishes
too. Oh, I love skillet, one pot. Oh, yeah, baby.
Yes.
Because it's like such wonderful comfort food. You know, it just warms your heart and your belly. It's just, yeah, comfort food. When I was a kid, it was mac and cheese with tuna, like a side of tuna, and then we would mix it on our plate because my mother liked all our food separate. So, yeah.
Dude, I'm not a fan of tuna, but
we have to try
I was a fan of tuna,
like I've
and now
missed
it
out on
tastes like it has leftover coffee grounds in it
Good night,
when I have
CB.
tuna.
Good
So
night,
that's
sweetie.
Good night. All right. I'm going to go for reals. I'll see you guys next time.
Okay, see ya. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I literally, when I first joined, I was looking at my photo bunch because one of my close friends was having a gumbo crisis, y'all. And I was like trying to help her through it. Her gumbo was so pale it looked sickly. And I'm like, we're going to figure this out because she hadn't been able to make the roux dark enough.
Because of my stress this year, Carrie, I gave up Lent for Lent.
Spoken like a true Catholic. Or a true lapsed Catholic, actually, if I'm honest.
I'm probably not a lapsed Catholic. I'm another.
But you're kind of, in the spirit, a bunch of lapsed things.
Oh yeah, I was once a Catholic. I'm still more devout. I'm still technically in better standing with the church than our current priest is, but that's a whole other thing.
Ooh, honey, that's some tea.
He denied the Immaculate Conception in a sermon the other week. There's people that are really, really mad in town. Anyway.
Well, yeah.
Like, that's like a big no-no in Catholicism unless something's changed.
Oh, no,
and I mean, like, I didn't think the Catholic Church had changed. I mean, sure, they changed to the point of letting women work in certain fields in the Vatican. All right. Controversial yet so brave. But, yeah, that's like, are you Catholic anymore?
He got confused and went to the Catholic seminary instead of the Baptist one. I'm convinced. Like, he just got confused because you hear him talk, you see what he believes. He's a Baptist. I'm sorry, you ain't the wrong church. They down the road. They down the road.
Kind of an interesting. That would be an interesting character, though. Honestly.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, stew meat. Ooh, shaped mac and cheese.
I'm still trying to get the hubby to understand what chopsteak is because he grew up a lot more well off than I did. He thought it was a hamburger. He thought it was another word for a hamburger, but I was like, no.
It's such there's a device. Like, I remember like seeing this torture device in other people's homes as a kid going, what is this for? It's for chopsteak. Like, as if shouldn't we all know this is how, and I thought it was how you torture people in the kitchen if they are rude or don't wash your dishes. I really thought at 8 years old this is how you defend yourself.
It's a torture device. It really does. But yeah,
but it's very effective.
You're cheap. You got to buy the cheap cuts of meat that are virtually
inedible. Or it doesn't work well. Yeah, it's not the same.
You basically cut all the muscle fibers beforehand, so that
it's fascinating.
Yeah.
Plus, what I also like about chopsteak is if you make a sauce for it, it will absorb. It'll hold more of the sauce, which. It is. Look, there are times when you really want a steak to, or any kind of meat to hold gravy. Hello, or garlic sauce. Hello, oh my God, yes. So I think there's a place for a huge variety of foods, not just the highfalutin, elitist stuff.
And I have to say, I'm not going to get into the argument over which Salisbury steak is the real Salisbury steak, but I know, and I have opinions, and everybody else is wrong. But I'm just not going to say which one I personally think.
Go on. I want to hear all of your Salisbury steak opinions. I love Salisbury steaks. All the Salisburys, though.
But it needs a chopsteak because no matter what kind of sauce you're Salisburying your steak in, it needs a chopsteak so it all gets up in there and the flavor. Mm-hmm. And I can't get him to understand that. I just can't get him to understand that for the life of me.
There are people in this world who think that Browning bouquet is a sin against humanity. And like, you need Browning bouquet to make Mississippi roast beef sandwiches. they will not be the same without Browning Bouquet. I am sorry,
You're gonna
but
have to
you cannot get
in the South what that is.
what?
I think you might have to explain to everyone who's not from the South what you're talking about.
You have not lived. You have not had real roast beef. If you have not had this insane, sloppy, amazingly flavored, the most beefy thing you could put in your mouth on a French bread baguette. Has to be from New Orleans. I'm so sorry, but it has to. There's no negotiating this. And like fully dressed, which is the weirdest combination of vegetables. All right, but it's lettuce, tomato. Some people put on onions. This is controversial. I'm not judging. But there has to be mayonnaise, and some people put on mustard. Again, highly controversial. It depends on which part of like Mississippi and New Orleans that you are familiar with. But it doesn't matter. If you cannot eat it without wearing it, you have the right one. It is heavenly. It is so tender. It is so beefy. It is an experience that you wear. And if you try to eat it with a fork, you have failed, but also it will not succeed. There's some magic involved. I do have a recipe or 2 or 3 that I can send you, but it is Mississippi roast beef. And you make it in a way that is absolutely against everything you know about how to handle beef and gravies and roast beef and everything. Like, it's insane. You feel insane when you're making it. And afterwards, you're like, praise the Lord that I have now found this amazing dish. And also, why is it made in this really weird way? Why do I have to boil meat? But we've tried not boiling it. We've tried sous vide instead. Does not work. I don't know why. It's insane. It's wonderful. You have to have it at least once in your life before you die if you eat meat. And if we see each other, I will frickin' do it myself if I have to. But you do need Browning Bouquet, as well as, in my opinion, you need Slap Your Mama spice mix. It is not the same without Slap Your Mama. You don't have Mississippi roast beef sandwich without Slap Your Mama. It's amazing. It's also cheap, y'all. But it's a spice mix.
Okay, so
Matt, no one asked.
I did. My logic is very simple.
Just you and me.
I give up everything else. Like, I've given up. Like, my friends are thousands of miles away. Like, everything else. Like, I'm done. I just can't. I need my comfort foods. I need my sanity. And,
amen.
That's going to be interesting because I have a one-on-one Zoom call with the head of the order that I'm a member of. I think it's a good thing. But
I'm very disappointed. I got an invite to the local Episcopal, Wednesday Lent thing that they usually have, and nowhere did they mention that we were going to watch Vicar of Dibley this year. And I am like, I cannot. I'm like, Tom, are we still donating? Because what is wrong? We used to watch Vicar of Dibley every Wednesday of Lent down at the church. Watch 2 episodes of Vicar of Dibley. There would be a potluck. It was amazing. And this year we're going to watch some damn Compline video on Zoom.
no.
I'm not okay, y'all. I'm not okay.
The best thing about living in California was our vicar was basically the vicar from Vicar of Dibley, and she knew it and leaned in.
Yes.
And
our vicar also used to be, but the bishop has yeeted her out to Jackson. I'm very disappointed. I mean, like, yeah, okay, good for her, but whatever.
She was amazing. She was wonderful. I loved her. She was magic, and I wept when we moved because. So all of the professors at Berkeley in the theology department were basically our pastors.
Nice.
And they all sang. So we had a full sung service every Sunday. Like, the whole thing was chanted from start to finish. It was beautiful. It was wonderful.
That's lovely.
You also had to worry just a little bit about the sermon going over your head, because no matter how much you knew about theology, like, these are the people that, like, literally, like, that's their job, like, more than like a regular preacher or priest, but because they're actually in the seminary over in the college, like, publishing the papers and stuff. Like, it was a fun place to be. I liked it. Alrighty.
Sounds like the perfect place for you.
Mhm.
I love it so much. And then there
By the way,
was
Maggie, I totally agree that 2020 was Lent unending. Y'all eat all the chocolate, eat all the meat, whatever, because it's Lent.
so one Sunday we're out behind the church, because right behind the church, of course, was the communal hall where we would all meet for, tea and stuff, because Episcopal.
Yes.
After the service, we
Yeah.
gotta go have snacks after the service, which was also great because those were all like the bakers and the restaurateurs would come in and like one up each other on what wonderful things that they could make. It was a heavenly church, Good Shepherd in Berkeley, California. I loved it. Anyway, we were back there, and the vicar kind of goes over, walk over, and she's like, "I don't want to cast any aspersions against you, and I don't want you to think that I'm impugning your character or your mercy. I'm not saying that you actually have any knowledge that could be beneficial or helpful in this, but I just have one little problem." And I looked at her and I'm like, what the hell's going on? What have I done? Like, you just look at me and go, God appeared to me in a dream last night. You're going to hell. Like, what's going on? And she just looks at me and she looks down and she goes, "I think we have marijuana growing in the roses." After I did basically what Glory's doing for an extended period of time, because I thought something terrible was wrong. I mean, like, she's so serious, like stone cold serious. I looked down and I looked and I'm like, yes, there's a little marijuana plant growing.
Oh, look, you got a little baby marijuana plant.
And she's like,
Happy 420.
and she's like, I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm sure one of the parishioners would gladly take it home with them if they were given the opportunity, but I don't think that I'm legally allowed to have that happen. Like, do I have to call the cops if we just destroy it? Is that destroying evidence? Am I committing a crime by just rooting it up? What do I, like, she was having like this panic attack meltdown because somehow a pot plant was growing in the rose bushes behind the church. Moments like that, like, you can't write this stuff. Like,
Yeah, it's so adorable. Oh, I feel like I need to watch Vicar of Dibley again.
oh yeah, she
Did you see that they did Vicar of Dibley in lockdown?
yes.
I hear that they're actually going to do another round of Vicar of Dibley again.
I have to say, I may be mildly addicted to Dawn French, and while I truly disagree with everything that she did in the Harry Potter movies, because no, like, one, she's a better comedian than that. Like, that was
Yes.
all like weird stuff they scripted for her to do, because she's funnier than that.
Oh, yeah.
I may have seen pretty much anything that French and Saunders in general have done.
Yes.
Because Dawn French and Jennifer Saunders are just like icons in my eyes. Like, everything.
Yes.
Everything.
And I also loved how Joanna Lumley, I agree. Joanna Lumley is, the hidden doctor. She should have been one of the doctors. I absolutely agree. And so to have her in AbFab, yes, I just really felt like, yeah, that's who I connected with, was Joanna Lumley's character, rather than
I am a
Saunders.
one. Like, I just am. I've had many tattoos throughout my life. Yeah, I even have
I
one.
may have tried to buy, I may have had a year where I bought wine by the case and found out that it's too much work to be a lush and gave it up. But I know which liquor stores in town I can get a 10% discount for buying by the case.
It was so sad. It was so sad. It really was. Like, I mean, because she was so well-meaning, and she just wanted to do the right thing, and she was thinking the whole thing through. Like, you could just see, it was one of those scenes that, had this been on television, the equations would have started manifesting in light
Yes.
around her head, because she's like, talking about
Yep.
this person and that person who has joint problems and have actually been prescribed it. So this would be a cheaper way for them to get their medicine. And so maybe that's the right thing to do. But is that actually, would that make her into legally a drug dealer? And so she shouldn't do that. And like the poor woman is just
Yeah, she's just racing herself in circles, you know?
the ethical dilemmas that were just the legal and ethical dilemmas that were just spawning from her mind in real time. It was eventually, like, while she was trying to debate this, one of the deacons just walked by, picked it up, and went and threw it in the trash and went, "It's done now. There's cake."
Let's go eat.
That's how it ended. Because he was right. There was cake.
There's cake.
Because that's one thing Episcopalians always have, and if they don't, they're not a real Episcopalian.
I thought the one thing that Episcopalians always have is whiskey. That's why they call themselves Whiskopalians.
Yeah, well, that's how.
Cake and whiskey. I mean, this isn't a bad combo, frankly. I love it that there's always a pot of coffee brewing.
Yes. And it's been brewing
Like-
for a very long time. And you can
Yeah,
smell it.
like decades, centuries. I love it. It's like, okay, I don't know what these people are doing food wise, but I know I can get a cup of coffee. And like the one time the coffee machine hadn't been turned on, 8 women suddenly looked panicked and aghast, like, what happened?
We have found the Lord.
Who is sick? Who was supposed to turn it on and didn't? Someone is dying in a bathroom somewhere. Have we checked all of the bathrooms? Literally, they said this.
Oh, yeah.
Where is old man blankety blank? He must be dying if he didn't start the pot.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
I want to try to finish this outline today. I'm enjoying the conversation, and there will be more after we do at least one more sprint. But trust me, I'm enjoying the conversation so much. Boiler's effect may be invoked at some point. I'm just saying.
Oh, I've got to make that script for the thing to the next short story. So let's catch some words, y'all.
I'm gonna pick the ghost because if you have ghosts, you have everything.
I'm gonna go with the knight.
I will go with the devil.
See,
Hello.
I thought that was just too obvious for me. Oh, let's go with that.
You know, it's 2020 part 2. I'll just go with the obvious choice. I'm not even trying.
I suddenly feel like all the papas around me are like looking at me with scorn and derision now. Like, you picked the ghost over the devil. What is wrong with you? Like, Papa 3 hasn't returned from the dead yet. I'm fine. Anywho, let's get started on this one. If you have not saved your documents, you're crazy. Do it. Do it now. Back it up. All that good stuff. Make sure that you have something to hydrate with. We are going to get started on this sprint in 5. Oh, right here. Stupid hand. Okay. They can see you now. You have to behave. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sprint.
Beep 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 beep.
Hello. I'm sorry, I got distracted trying to figure out where all the sirens are going.
All the what is going?
Sirens.
Ooh.
Because these aren't the fire sirens, these are police sirens.
Oh.
A few years ago, I have been known to download these, what is it? The apps that pick up,
One moment.
The radio
There's a really loud
frequency.
boom in
Yeah.
the living room. I'll be right back.
so, where it's like, we have to know what's happening. Yeah, at the library, we would all like cluster around one of the phones and see, well, what are people talking about on here?
I used to just sit and listen to it and try to figure out what they were saying because I didn't understand the code that they use.
Honestly, like I worked in such a small town when I worked at the library that we could literally just put out a message on the library's webpage of, hey, does anybody know what all the sirens are right now? And literally within 2-3 minutes, people like, oh, I saw them go by. It was, like the details would start rolling in. I'm like, oh, yes, small towns are worth something here. Totally worth it. I loved it.
Funny.
I mean, truly, it was like old town crier stuff. It was like, yes, this is what I'm here for. And then, like, the next day, somebody would come in going, I hear you guys wanted to know what happened. I'm here to tell you because it happened next to my house. Like, whatever. It's like, oh, thank you. Yes, give us the rest of the story.
Town gossip is the library.
Oh, yeah, that's where everyone came to gossip. Whether they were gossiping with the librarians at the desk or they were gossiping in the stacks and we could just hear them because it's so tiny. It's like, y'all, your voice carries, right? Yeah.
Well, especially in a library where everything is silent.
Well, people were never that quiet. In community libraries, it's not that same level of quietness that you get like at academic libraries and stuff. Because like there's more people with like kids. The kids are running around in the kids' room, and that's like sort of like a background level of noise.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's people at the computer lab section, and they're clicking and talking to themselves. Like what is going on here? That sort of.
Our library was always so quiet. Like the more I think about it, like it was always quiet.
Our libraries, our community libraries really honestly sounded more like community centers. I mean, they were bustling all the time. But we were not shushers.
Yeah.
Our library was...
All for scaring the crap out of me.
Did they give you a rose?
Guess who was breaking into the house?
Ooh, awkward.
He normally texts when he's on his way home because, we live in a society.
We live in a society. It's funny though.
And he hadn't texted, so I didn't know he was on his way home. Then there were all the sirens, and then there's banging, just nothing but banging. He decided to like sneak home and then beat on the steps to break the ice up. Just because, that won't freak me out hearing loud bangs coming from the other room.
Roll for stealth, -10. You have a negative on your dice? No.
It's more like, I'm going to sneak into this. Oh, you have a distractible flaw on your character sheet. Roll to see if you can resist the willpower test to be distracted by the ice. Fail. Okay, you're going to smash the ice instead. Yeah, I'm going to smash the ice. Lots of noise.
I'm just sitting here talking about how I'm curious what was going on with all the sirens because they were police sirens, and then there's just like boom, boom, boom. Like it sounded like somebody was beating on the door.
Yeah, that was bad.
They were like, "Whoa, what the hell?" So thank you for that.
Yeah, that was a bad time. You're welcome.
Nice.
This is my life. All right, so I did not get finished.
And I'm early, so I'm
And you're early. You're not sneaking back off. You're going to play your game. I know what you're doing.
Nice.
Yeah, you can try to deny it all you want. You're like, I am home early, and there shall be games played. I know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Well, we've been together a quarter century. Wow.
Yep.
Yes, I'm very grateful you did not do donuts in the yard. Anyway, centering breath. Okay. So I did not get book 5 finished. This is a beat sheet for the entire series. So for anybody who knows their Save the Cat, I'm at the Hightower Surprise.
Okay.
And I honestly have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know. Because given the setup, somebody could be a double agent. The thing that they think is the thing might not be the thing. There's so many things that could happen. And when I say somebody could be the double agent, it's not like that one person who's been acting shady for a while. It's like, oh no, they could be a double agent. They could be a double agent. They could be a double agent. Or they could be a double agent.
Or they could all be double agents.
Or they could all be double agents.
The double cross.
And while I know that this is not going to wrap up the story in a nice, neat bow, there's not going to be a Return of the King ending where somebody gets coronated and everything's magically happily ever after, because I don't write stories like that ever. Like, I just can't. I'm incapable of it. I really don't. Like, honestly, like, given the kind of story this has been so far, they might just all die and the rest of the book be the villains, like, dancing. I don't know. Like, I really don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I'll figure that out. I'm better. I'm sure you already answered for everybody else what you were working on, but see, I'm so.
We didn't talk about that.
Oh, the vampire one, by the way. Yay!
Yay! I worked on my script, and Charlie, I just want you to know. Thank you for recommending this book.
Good book. It is a good book.
Because I'm literally essentially working on a radio drama script right now from a short story, and I'm like looking, going, oh yeah, no, I had no idea what I was doing. Okay. So yeah, I was like, I hope you like radio dramas, folks, because that's what I'm making.
If anybody is interested in any kind of scripted work, because if I remember correctly, it's got like comics, movies, teleplays, stage plays, audio dramas. Like, if there is a script involved, there's a part of that book, basically a book in that book on that topic, because it's a very big book.
Yeah. Well, like, this is the version I have, which I don't think is the latest version. I think there's actually a newer version, but Glory by Muse. And it has television, motion pictures, animation, radio, the stage play, and the business of script writing, which apparently involves warning signs. So, okay.
And it actually includes a lot of, it also has a lot of sample contracts in it. At least the version that I have does, which is handy because it goes through and basically, if you see this in your contract, it means this.
I think that's very helpful. Yeah.
So I've been a fan of Joe Straczynski for a long time, but that book, man.
Like, I didn't realize how soon I was going to need it, but I am thank you so much. So grateful. Yeah.
It's a very good book.
I'm just trying to keep improving the quality of my audio stories that I post on my channel.
See, I'm one of the projects that I'm debating whether or not it's still going to be a book is I've been thinking about one of the stories that is on my pile, my already approved pile, and actually turning it into an audio drama and doing a podcast. The audio drama. Because I think it actually might be more entertaining to listen to it than to read it.
Yeah.
It's very like soap opera-y as far as the story goes. So I think it might work better, like in an audio, like get some voice actors in there. And, how dare you? Let me clutch my pearls. You know,
I grew up listening to radio dramas. I mean, yes, I am here for radio dramas. I love them.
And it doesn't hurt that I wrote the name of the project in gold pen that's catching the light just right. So literally its title is glowing. Like as I'm talking about, that's why I keep like glancing off to the side, because as I'm talking about it, like it's literally like glowing. Because I used one of the gold metal pens.
Nice.
Pens to label my journals. So yeah, it's like, I get to you. You're on the agenda. So there was some debate over the character in the straitjacket, and yes, it is probably meant to be Hannibal Lecter, but I like to look at that character and see a turf that has been treated the way that nature and God intended. Thomas Harris is a transphobic piece of shit who every serial killer he has ever written is trans and killing people either to dominate them or to steal their skin so that they can have the ideal body that they want. Even Hannibal Lecter in the original book, which was, I believe, Green Dragon, was the...
I think so. I want to say yes.
Was also a trans character who is also a homosexual, which doesn't really make sense because if he was trans, then he wouldn't be homosexual because he'd have to be... Anyway.
Yeah, it's really interesting what Thomas Harris considers the boogeyman. Like, it says so much more about Thomas Harris than anyone else.
So
and I say that he's from Mississippi. Like, y'all, cringe.
And he includes like one line in the book version of Silence of the Lambs that I don't believe made it into the film, where Clarice basically like corrects everybody that Buffalo Bill can't be trans because that's not how that works.
Yeah.
And then the story just goes on without, like, I put a disclaimer in. There's like a one-line disclaimer where one character is like, well, you know, technically, and then we just go on and like call him the T-slur and stuff like that throughout the rest of the book because why not? I mean, sorry, I have issues when it comes to Thomas Harris and the oeuvre that has grown up around him, which is why
I mean, you know, it says a lot, like, as far as, like, the readers that I've always seen at the library. Because, like, he's not that popular here in Mississippi. Even though, like, he's often put in the Mississippi grown section. And normally, Mississippi readers are really loyal and will, like, try their best to like Mississippi writers. You know? They try, but it's like, it's a hard sell here. It makes me feel better.
Mr. P has learned the issues of having a merch store. Because one, if you will want your own merch, and then you realize that, oh, look, I got a sale. Oh, wait, that was me.
Yep.
Yeah. But at least you have it. What are you grumbling about? If you don't want to be back here, you should have left with him.
No one loves me. I need treats and cuddles.
Goodness, I tried to give her ham earlier today, and she just would not get out of her depression chair. And I didn't like try to. Like I dropped a little piece of ham on the floor. I was like, "It's right there." She's like, your favorite meat, other than the B word that I can't say that rhymes with make.
She's just not having a good day.
Oh, she's gotten into this place where like every time he leaves for work, she's just like, she just.
He'll never come back. I know this house.
So it's just sad. It's sad.
So dramatic.
She is. She's my emo pup. I call her my emo pup. She's my emo pup. She's all the emo and no goth, and that's just sad. That's okay. I have the ultimate goth kitty who like, you can know I love you because you're bleeding. You know? So like they kind of balance out in the end, but Yeah, I'm doing okay. I hope you are. I saw that you put out, was it today you put out a new video? So I got a notification, and that doesn't mean that it was today. It could have been like 3 weeks ago because, YouTube's good at the notifications.
Yeah, it's YouTube.
I did get a notification that you have a new video out, which is frustrating because, like, by the way, if I haven't mentioned it enough already, the Cybertronic Spree have a new video out. It's them performing Barracuda by Heart. And it's amazing because RC is basically just jumping around on her bed, singing her little heart out. And it's amazing and beautiful, and I love it. And it never showed up in my subscription box on YouTube, ever. I only found out about it because I went over to Twitter, and they were like, hey, we did a thing. And it's like, I think their post just said, I'm going to leave this here. And the video, and I was like, because they're amazing. If you don't know them, dude, a rock band that dresses up like Transformers and have like amazing mad skills. Like, what's not to like?
Nice.
Hello, Heather. How are you doing? I heard a rumor from you that you're thinking about going back to streaming next week.
Ooh.
Nice.
I may have seen you say that. I believe it was in Aphrodite's like 5K or death stream last night. That I was there for quite a bit of it, and then the hubby was like, "We're playing video games now." I was like, "Fine," and then I ran off and played video games until the video games crashed, and I was like, "I'm done with this. I'm just going to watch my silly ghost shows." That's the kind of person I am. Most trusted person.
I mean, this is the trope, Charlie.
Yeah, I feel like everything in the story is so blindingly obvious, except for the story, that like I don't know what's gonna. I really don't know what's gonna happen at the end. Like, I really think that I don't want to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it, but I almost feel like this is the moment where the book has the same twist that. If you haven't seen Your Story, the Dragon Quest movie has, I don't want to spoil the twist if you have not seen it because, wow, it changes everything once the twist happens. Like, it's a true spoiler that you will either love or absolutely hate. I am, like, hoping that that's not the twist. So I could see that being, like, the story having the exact same twist that movie had. And no, just no. That would make me so angry. That would just no. But maybe. Yeah, we have icicles that look like dragon teeth now because it's a balmy 20 degrees out, which means the ambient heat of the house is just warm enough to actually melt some of the snow on the roof. It's like 23 now. It's like summer. I love
Charlie.
Too. I love old radio dramas too. I love The Shadow. Like, you will never, like, there's never been a good movie adaptation of The Shadow, which is sad. But I love The Shadow. The Shadow is so good. Like, if we're talking about old-timey radio, like, it's so good. And of course, like, The Phantom was also a lot of fun. Something else that we have not gotten a good adaptation of in a long time. I honestly don't know. Duolingo was actually started as a way to help people learn how to translate so they could do business translation. That was actually the original idea, was that once you get to the higher modules, I don't know if this is still true or not, but once you got to the higher modules, you were basically crowdsource translating documents for companies as a way of testing your skill with the language. I don't know if they still work that way or not, but that's why it was originally free. Is companies basically paid them to have stuff translated, and it would be incorporated into the system. So I would assume it would have stuff like that included in there, but it'd be one of the like level 5 or level 6 classes, and I have not gotten that far in any of them. I'm not letting you out yet. You need to suffer. Like I do. Always. Plus, I've gotten up too many times and made these people wait. We're doing chat. Plus, if you cry loud enough, maybe Brian will come get you.
Or maybe.
See, that's the other problem. That right there is the other problem. Is this book really wants one of the characters to be the chosen one? And like, he's either going to have his ultimate like He-Man, like pulling the sword and like I have the power moment, and then to turn out to be the villain of the next series or something. I don't know, but or something. Was it Red Dragon? Because that's. Oh no, I'm thinking of the movie version of the Hannibal Lecter story is the Green River Killer. That's what I'm thinking when I'm thinking the green thing.
Look, I even like Haunted Honeymoon, which has like radio drama plays such a big part of it in such a weird way. It's so weird. Yes, I love radio dramas, and yep.
See, now I just want to watch that episode of Designing Women when Charlene is like
Yes,
and has the whole 1940s like flashback episode where because he's being deployed, I think it was to Desert Storm. And he's going off to war, and she's having like World War II flashbacks, and like Dixie Carter sings all the fun like girl group songs from the 40s, and Annie Potts is a cigarette girl, and she doesn't know why, and I love it. I love that even in Charlene Scream, Annie Potts is like, "Why am I dressed like this? What are you doing to me? This is so not my aesthetic." Like, what are you doing? I love Annie Potts so much. See, you started rehearsals. Oh, yeah. That's a thing. Ooh. Streaming Thursday, probably also Friday.
Nice.
Let me know what your schedule is, because I may stream with you. I mean, if you want me. Like, if you don't, like, I completely understand. Like, I don't want me on the stream half the time, you know, because I'm just like
Charlie
having such a good conversation, and I'm just like interrupting it.
Don't make us bring out the compliment bondage. We will.
Yes, we will. Beware.
I can attack you with the sun. Like I
Oh no, it's light. Oh, I feel my paleness.
This is not the brightest thing
the
ever.
light.
Like it's secretly a ring.
I mean, I literally put this pillow behind me so I would look darker.
Though, you know, come this Halloween, I feel like this just needs to be sitting down here, do the whole thing, and we just turn the other lights off and be like, "Hello, welcome to the stream."
There we go. Yes, I think that will work very well. It's a spectacular writing sprint.
Welcome to the spooky writing sprints, because you know, if it's not horrible, it's not done by me.
I hope you have a good soak, Maggie.
Yes.
Oh, yes, blessed be.
Hope you feel better soon.
Yeah.
Oh, Charlie.
I really want to finish this tonight, but I don't know what the surprise is going to be. This is probably going to be when I hang up for a while. Like, just staring at it going, and writing like 9 different versions.
One day it'll be useful.
Yeah.
You never know.
Oh, yeah, because I yes, I'm just going to leave it at that. I was going to go off into a long-winded story, but the dog is doing a high-pitched whistle. And I might have to just go over there and get her. So I think it's just about sprint time. Do at least one
Yeah.
sprint.
I'm going to read about writing radio drama formatting.
I will say, oh shit. Sorry. If you have at least in the Mac version of Scrivener, they have a radio format as one of the defaults that you can project types that you can pick, at least on the Mac version.
I think you can do it on the non-Mac version as well.
I'm just tired of like saying, hey, here's a feature that Scrivener has to only be told like it's not. Oh wait, no, sorry, it's a Mac only feature. So I just feel like everything has to get that caveat, like at least for the Mac, you can do this.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Alrighty, so time to go beat my head into a wall and see what pops out. I really like this story so much, and I hope it's not as bizarre as I'm afraid that it is.
Just let it flow.
Oh, I gotta be the purple little guy.
I was just thinking that, like, oh, I like the little Gargoyle guy.
Itching to go. Look at him just jumping up and down. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so is that a zombie pirate?
I'm kind of a pirate. I'm assuming he's a zombie because of the or he's just on like he just can't stop the R.
That skeleton looks vicious.
He does, but I have to go with the mummy because, you know, I need my mummy dust. Alrighty. Make sure that you are keeping yourself hydrated. I have poured the last of my tea into my cup, so I might have to get a beverage. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself. We've been doing this for what, like 3.5 hours, 4 hours now?
4 hours.
4 hours.
4 hours.
If you have not gotten up and moved around since we got started, do it. All right, let's get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sprint. That pirate is like out to the lead. that devil's way up in the lead. But of course, he's not going to win. Or is he? Is he? Nope, he's coming up. Is he? Oh, he's out of nowhere. The little goblin dude. Out of nowhere. That's crazy. Stolen it was. Stolen. I won. So, good news. I figured out the Hightower surprise. It didn't actually take as long as I thought it would. And I actually got 2 beats done. I'm not actually finished with the outline because now they have to come up with a new plan. And I have no idea. Literally have no idea because the default de facto answer, Thancred went, aha, here's how this genre always ends. And everybody else chimed in and went, no, that's stupid. That's weird authoritarian propaganda. No. 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 So I have to come up with something else. I don't know what that's going to be. It's going to be different. How did y'all do?
Let's see. Well, I ate dinner because the boyfriend came home and made dinner, so I got some food in my tummy. And then I was on Twitter and Tumblr. Gloria, you're still muted.
Oopsies. I worked on script formatting. And I'm here to say there is not much good template scripts online at all, period. It's a hot mess. Yeah. However, the BBC actually has a really great PDF of U.S. radio drama script formats. So,
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally called U.S. radio drama. Like, go on.
The BBC is actually pretty good with that. They have, if I remember the website, like pretty much every script format that you could think of. At least they used to. On there to take a look at and see what all is going on. So everything scrolls off too quickly, so I can't find the actual video I was going to put in the list. I wanted to say that while I don't plan to watch the movie, Double Toasted was sent a review copy of Sia's new movie, so they didn't have to pay for it because apparently nobody had ever seen Double Toasted before. Like, I don't know if you've ever watched that, but whoever was doing PR for them, like, I would be afraid of what they would say about my movie, even if they liked it. Like, I love them, but like, whoo, like. They have some takes, y'all. If you have not watched, this is one of my favorite YouTube channels. They tore it apart in some of the most savage ways I have ever seen. So, yeah.
I have been comforted by all the headlines from a variety of, fairly big websites that do reviews of going, oh, this is terrible. And then let's list all the reasons.
Yeah, apparently Maddie thought it would be smart to use tremors as a form of dancing for a couple of the numbers. So, like, those very stereotypical, like, the tremors. She apparently hits herself in the head a lot during the dancing. And, yeah. I
am absolutely amazed that Maddie, let alone anyone else, thought this doesn't look mocking or rude.
Like, the more they talked about it, because I had heard a lot, going into it, but this is one of the first reviews I've seen from people who have seen it. and it was just like, oh, so like all of the, because they actually put it up as 2 different videos on their channel, which one is like when we heard that this was happening, we were like, oh, this is a bad idea, and like the backstory of that, and then the review video, because it was a lot. And oh my, I mean, they just savaged this whole thing, and I just like, because this happens so often with various marginalized groups. Like, it's not just like this in particular thing that you just have. It takes so many people to make a movie.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't
it takes like a small town of people to make a movie. It takes at least a village even to make a tiny indie movie.
Because this isn't like me making a YouTube video, right? Where like, I can understand how an idiot like me can make a really stupid video, right? Because it's just you and a camera, and
right.
Often you don't have somebody to like bounce ideas off of and go, is this a good idea? Should I do this? Right? I can understand how like someone in that position could do some of these things. But when you got to get the financial backing. Somehow none of them saw it. Like, the person who came up with the idea didn't see it. The financial backers didn't see it. The director didn't see it. The actors didn't see it. Like, the key grip, the cameraman. Like, how did like, I'm assuming somebody did see it and either was like, I'm going to lose my job and I need to feed my kids, didn't speak up. Like, one of the lower people on the rung who just
no. No. Look. I'm gonna say it. Okay. Number 1, I'm sorry to say this, Charlie, but you are being too nice.
I am.
You are being way too kind, and you are letting too many people off on this one.
Yeah.
The fact that this movie was produced and every actor and every staff member, every grip didn't say, please don't put my real name on this because I still want to work. And they're like, no, put my name on there. I want credit for this baby. That says everybody signed off on it. I mean, this is the Death Star contractor issue right here. Kevin Smith has gone over it. I'm bringing it up again. Yes, baby.
Yes. Yeah.
Especially that second one that they were building. Oh no, every one of those contractors and subcontractors and independent contractors.
You know what you're doing.
They knew what they were getting into. It wasn't like, oh, they're building a little moon. It's going to be fine. No. They knew what they were getting into, and they signed off on it. That's how much ableism there is in this world, that they're not just, oh, well, it's controversial. They're like, yeah, put my name on this one. Like, they already got paid. So that's not the question. They still wanted their name on this.
True.
That's how you know, no, Kate Hudson does not deserve a sign off of, oh, she didn't know what she was getting into. The writer does not deserve an, oh, well, they had no idea how, like, it was going to be portrayed. No, they all had an option to have their name removed and it just be John and Jane Smith forever, just like an entire movie of Smiths. And they still said, put my name on it, please. I want my IMDb credit for this. I'm trying so hard not to curse, y'all. So, no. All these people, this is what they think. This is how broken they think anyone who is not neurotypical, who's not exactly like them, they think this is absolutely appropriate. And frankly, they all think they deserve awards for being part of this.
That's actually one of the things in the preamble to this that they brought up was like Radio and I Am Sam and all of the like things that led, that like those precursor movies that, and I'm glad that they brought that history up. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring this up, because they're not like, I don't know if anybody listening to the sound of my voice even knows who Double Toasted is, but like they're the channel that I watch because like they found a dog who has soul and can sing and dance along with the music. Like, that's the content you get from
Yeah, I've never heard of Double Toasted. I'm sorry.
Like, they're funny. Like, I go there for funny because they find like, oh,
Yeah.
we're gonna roast the Karen of the week. Like that's the kind of. So when I saw that they were, not only, like I said, I don't know who in the PR department. Like this just shows like how messed up this entire production is. Somebody in the PR department went to the people who literally, like their show is let's go after the Karen of the week for the most part. And here's a cute dog video. Thought, I guess, easy audience, like they won't know better. I guess, like who thought that they're the ones to send a copy of this thing to? Like, it just shows the ineptitude all the way down. But yeah, like
Every one of them signed off on this movie.
Signed off on it.
Every key grip.
Because
every caterer was like, no, put my name on it. I want credit for the work we did here.
Because I brought it up because I do not I don't want to watch it, but they actually go through a breakdown of it as part of their review. So for anybody who wants to have an idea of what all is in there, and like they say some things that I don't quite agree with, but it's more like it's more out of ignorance that they're not educated on the issues, but even showing their ignorance of some of the issues, like they still could see the problems. You know what I'm saying? And like, because most of what I've seen, especially early on in this, was people who had some kind of skin in the game.
Right.
And it was really like refreshing to see them just like basically to do what Glory just did.
Yeah, because like if you like look, this is not the first movie in human history that people went, oh no, I was involved in something bad. No, thank you. And that is why there is a venue, a route for people to have their name removed so that at least it doesn't kill their career. Thank you, Heather. But there's a reason why we have this. Because this is not the first movie ever that people are like, oh no, this is a disaster. Don't want anyone to know I was here. There's a route. And everyone was like, nope, keep my name on there.
Because see, this is like, when I see something like this happen, all I can do is think of like, is somebody springtiming for Hitlering us? Like, is there somebody who's like, I have the perfect way to like steal some, like, did Sia springtime for Hitler?
Like, she's like, what am I going to do? I've overbooked the backers. I need a disaster.
Like, because.
But like, I just think it shows so many people in the industry's ableism. Like, I think this is a way to, like, people are outing themselves. So at least we all know who has horrible opinions about anybody who isn't perfectly bodied, perfectly minded, exactly like them.
And now,
you know what I mean? Perfectly minded the way they think, not me. I'm just saying, like, they view this world as there are the haves and there's everyone else, and those people suck. And that's how they view it. And so it's perfectly fine to punch down, even if that's how they view it. They're okay with, putting a spotlight and going, oh, let's all like marvel at it. Like,
and can I just say, like, because I think she was from Dance Moms also, but like the difference in the world right now between, Maddie Ziegler doing this and Jojo Siwa coming out.
Right.
Because if I remember correctly, wasn't JoJo originally from Dance Moms?
Like, I want to say, but I'm not sure because, like, this is not my world. But I thought JoJo C was on Nickelodeon. I don't know.
He does have a Nickelodeon show, but if memory
do
serves,
you know how old I am? I don't know these newfound shows you're talking about.
But I've been getting all the education about JoJo Siwa because like half the channels I watch, that's like all they can talk about right now.
Yeah,
is JoJo, because that Nickelodeon's response to her coming out is the big story there.
Yes, it's a real change because didn't Nickelodeon shove a bunch of other actors back in the closet in the late 90s, early 2000s? Like, so hard, some of them ended up having to go take rehabilitative restive breaks because the cognitive dissonance was literally amplifying any other mental illness they may have been dealing with.
Because I'm I'm living in fear of what we're going to see now that there is an entire film studio dedicated to making this kind of movie. Because with the Daily Wire has gone into making films, they've already made their, oh, you know what, how to solve a school shooting? Give a kid a gun and have them do a school shooting in the middle of the school shooting to take out the school shooters. And like the movie ends with her straight up murdering a kid. Like he gets away, she chases him down, doesn't tell the police, she chases him down, knocks him over in a stream, doesn't use the gun to kill him, picks up a rock and bashes his head in, and then goes on like life's normal. Like this is their hero movie that they've decided to launch their new film studio with. And as soon as Gina Carano had her thing, they immediately signed her to make a movie. So she gets to make a movie with them now. So I guess now that this is going on, they're going to sign Sia. And Sia's next movie is going to be with the Daily Wire. Like, this isn't a culture war issue. Like, I'm tired of everything being a culture war issue. There are virtues that are not just needing to be signaled. Like being nice to your fellow humans is not virtue signal.
Yeah.
Like it's just not. Like, I don't know how to say it clearer than that, because there is a contingent out there that just thinks that not being an asshole is virtue signaling.
Oh, just that is so cringy. Like just like that, just being a pleasant human being and respecting everyone and trying your best to be kind and compassionate is virtue signaling. When they're like, no, that's just called being a decent human being. That's just literally just being a person who's not making the world worse while walking through it if they can, you know?
Yeah, I thought she was on Dance Moms because I watched it for a little bit, but it was just too.
I did not make it through the first season.
Rampy for me.
Yeah, exactly. Because like I grew up in that era with JonBenet Ramsey. I literally had to listen to like every adult had a theory about JonBenet.
Yeah,
and my father had the most theory.
Theory.
Yeah, like he was always. Yeah.
But I mean, this is, I don't know. I'm really been thinking about all this a lot today because I'm not. I don't want to get into like some of the drums in the trans and NB community today, but just go watch Alexander's new video where they go into them because, yeah,
Oh Lord,
6 minute a 6 minute video turned into a 35-minute. I need to unpack all your stuff here. And then you had the 3-hour debate the other day between a couple trans people trying to come to like discussion on things. I understand the sense of urgency. Like I get it. Like I felt like I've been on fire since I was a child. Like everything was wrong. Everything felt like the universe. But one, we can't eat our own. Like that's just number one. Especially like watching the debate. Watching that debate was so. I don't even know. Like all the good words have been ruined by the internet. Like I can't say it was cringeworthy because that has a different meaning now. Because it wasn't cringe in the way that like when you say cringe, but it was.
So when you say like we can't eat our own, are you talking about like gatekeeping, where like not trans enough, not NB enough, or too much, or something like that?
These were two people who both were trying to have a discussion that neither one was listening to the other one. They both had interesting points to make, and it actually would have been very interesting if we could have gotten some kind of a synthesis between their different ideas, or at least heard the actual ideas compared and contrasted with each other, because they were basically debating the question of what is gender.
Okay.
Which is a very interesting question because
it's gender is a fascinating concept.
And both of them had their own versions of gender theory, and neither was listening to the other one. So it's not even a matter of do you agree with one person over the other person, because both people in their behavior were wrong. If they just started yelling at the other person because neither of them were listening to each other.
Yeah, that kind of tactic is pretty much the reason I don't like to watch these news pundits and that sort of thing, because it's two people or more postulating, but they're not listening. Nobody cares what the other people on the show or whatever think. They were just here to say their bit and then to repeat their bit, and then maybe they'll go attack the other person, but mostly they're just here to like, this is it, and this is what I got, and that's it. And I hate it. It's so ugly. It's confrontational. It's definitely not a conversation, which is what I'm interested in. I'm interested in the zeitgeist of two or more people talking out their thoughts, feelings, whatever's in their mind and heart. That's what I want to see. I want to see that zeitgeist, that magic of people coming together.
Like what just happened with you and me. I tried to give people too much credit. Yeah, it made you angry.
Well, not at you. Just like, no, baby. No, I'm so sorry. You are mistaken.
I listened.
Yes.
I didn't just, someone raised voice must defense shield now.
Right.
And
Glory disagrees with me. Well, she's terrible.
How could I possibly be wrong on my own damn channel? Like, no.
Okay.
No, think about it. How often do those
I know
debates end that way? It's just like, oh no, I can't show weakness. This is my show. And so I have to double, triple, quadruple down on the bullshit that I'm spewing.
It is literally the reason I've stopped listening to like so many, well, it started with like morning radio shows, it was the late 90s. And they would have all these guests on, right? I love listening to like, there were some local ones that have now gone at least regional, if not national. And they would be polite to them while they were on, but as soon as they hung up or whatever, and we're off, they would talk crap about them. And I'm like, I am not here for this kind of negativity. Look, if you're going to have the fluoride lady on, talking about how fluoride in the water is so bad for crocodiles and alligators, which is not wrong, and she is right, then stop talking about how she sounds so insane afterwards. I agree. Her voice is kind of interesting, but what she is saying is scientifically correct. So why are you backbiting on her?
Bother to find one of the people that's like fluoride is a brain control chemical that's been put in there by the CIA to take control of your fillings so that you can get their signals. Like, those are the fluoride conspiracy theorists I like. They're stupid.
Well, I mean, like, she had a good point about it's actually hurting our amphibians and reptiles, and we need to be aware of this because we need them in the environment. But again, her voice did sound kind of theatrical. That's how I'm going to put it. Theatrical.
Yeah, to be an
the immovable object.
Yeah, I'm right and you're wrong. And that is so frustrating. And that's really what I mean by we can't eat our own. Like, I don't know in the end if either of those two people in the debate that I'm talking about in general were actually acting in good faith. I don't know what the discussion is about now. Nobody's talking about the subject anymore. Everybody took sides. And I'm watching this and I'm going, it's two people that are just like, just screaming at each other. Why aren't you listening to me? Why aren't you listening to me? And it's like, somebody has to listen to it. Like,
right. Yep. I had to stop listening to them, even though there was literally, I have to drive in silence because this is that long ago. But I would rather drive in silence than listen to that kind of negativity of like, and the crazy part was these two people who I actually had ran into a couple times in my life, like when I used to work at the liquor store. Turns out they actually really liked these people. And yet they still would talk bad about a bunch of their recurring guests. And I'm like, there is so much to unpack here.
Yeah.
I was floored because look, if I'm going to sell you a half gallon or more of vodka, I'm going to ask you, hey, why do you keep having so-and-so on if you hate them? I'm going to ask when you're buying your vodka. And they're like, what do you mean hate them? And I'm like, I literally started quoting and they're like, oh, no, I mean, but it's fine. They understand. I'm like, oh no, I stopped listening to y'all because of that. I told them to their face. I'm that person.
Good.
Like one of the persons that they were talking behind their back afterwards, and they were a recurring person, had Down syndrome, was an adult with Down syndrome.
Oh no.
And I'm like, I am so uncomfortable. But again, I don't want to drive in silence to work every day to a job that is soul crushing. I would rather be distracted as I drive myself into the pit of hell every day.
See, I am violently opposed to certainty. Like the closest thing I have to certainty in my life is that certainty is evil. The more certain you are that things are absolutely 100% immutably true, because yeah, I believe gravity's real. Like, I'm not silly, I'm not stupid, but 1,000 years from now, somebody might come up with a theory that actually explains things better, right? We used to think levity was real until we actually understood thermodynamics and how it's actually the air pressures that are pushing things up and down.
Well, and there are some issues with gravity. Let's be perfectly honest. Even, the people who are experts in the field of gravity and gravitons are like, there is something else here that we're still not entirely sure what it is. So there is an uncertainty, and that's perfectly reasonable to have.
And I'm just using that as an example because, I think that because gravity is one of those things that's easy to be certain about, right? But I believe
they said that about the roundness of the Earth, but have you met some people?
I believe in probabilistic knowledge. Like the stuff that I believe, probably true. It's probably true. Because I feel like that's as far as I can go. Because once I get to the point of saying, oh no, I am 100% immovably right, one, I'm going to stop learning about the issue. And that's never a good thing. And two, I am not perfect. My understanding may have been wrong. I have changed a lot of my views over time. I mean, for example, in high school, I was a straight, cisgendered, heterosexual.
How did that work out for you, baby? Was it delicious?
Let's just say my boyfriends all said that I wasn't straight, but I disagreed with them.
My mother said that I was totally straight, and I disagreed with her for like over a decade. But you know what you gonna do? Kiss girls in front of your mom? Oh, she still insisted I was straight.
Oh, there are times, Spence, I don't want you to feel like I was calling you out by saying that. There are times when I will steamroll over people because there's difference between fact and opinion. And like water freezes at a certain temperature. Like that's empirically true. Like we have empirical data there. Like I can put water at that temperature and oh look, it's freezing. Like that's what happens. And I get rather immovable with stuff like that.
I lost my certainty about the universe when I was 15 and I read a book called The Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot.
Yep.
And that was the end of all of my certainty, all of it. Like it was over. This book changed my life and it changed, frankly, who I am, actually.
Yeah.
Because I was like, well, if nothing is certain, I'm just going to be curious, y'all. And that is the person you have met today.
The more you look
it's a good book, but
a lot of the are we living in a holographic universe? And that doesn't mean that we are a projection on a holodeck either.
No.
It's much more complicated.
That's the problem. It's complicated.
Yeah. It's unfortunately simplified into this phrase that doesn't actually mean what it sounds like. But yeah.
It paved the way for me. And in fact, I was just talking about this book with the composer I'm working with on the opera. I'm sorry. I have to flex occasionally. I feel so silly when I have to say that. But like we were talking about how time and identity are interwoven and that we're not really, most people don't fully function in time. Most of us only live in a 3.5 dimensions. We don't live in the 4th dimension of time where we can move back and forth. However, my experiences are a little different, which sometime we can privately talk and I will tell all of y'all why. But like, that's a legitimate issue. that the holographic universe raised so that later I wasn't uncomfortable with this idea of maybe time moves differently than what that linear way we are told as children it works.
What Eva has said here, like, yes, like this, because there is a difference between, yes. I'm just going to say this. Anytime anybody tries to say that there are two biological sexes and try to, I just want you to look at them and ask them one question. Can you explain ovotestes? If they don't know what you're talking about, tell them they have more research to do.
Yes. Yes.
Because
oh goodness. Yes.
Life is stranger than people want to give it credit for, which is why I don't like simple explanations of almost anything. Because while Occam's razor in life, that works. Because usually if your options are the really convoluted explanation for how the lipstick got on the collar, or you were with a floozy, usually you were with the floozy, the simpler explanation is usually right.
Right.
But the universe is a messed up place, and there are so many exceptions to the rules, and so many like like it's a thing. And I'm just saying, anybody who ever makes that argument to you, if you just want to destroy them, just ask them to explain ovotestes, because this is a real thing. They exist, and they really kind of violate the two gender thing.
How about all the women who are, when the DNA test showing up with XY chromosomes, and it's not a mistake, and there's nothing wrong with them, but they are able to get pregnant, carry. So it's not like some of the things I was taught, like in middle school, high school, about genetics and chromosomes were like, oh, but sometimes there is a copying issue, and those that when that happens, they can't reproduce. No, that is not what's happening here. Like, testing runners and other athletes has turned up a whole lot of fascinating stuff that no one was prepared for, but we are all learning together.
Oh, yeah.
Gender is truly it's just an imaginary construct, y'all. It's not real.
It's not real.
It's just something that we do because I guess we like to color code people. I'm not actually sure why we do it, but it's just a construct.
We like categories. Categories make us understand the world. Like, that's the one thing that makes us human. Humans like boxes. Humans are like cats. Humans like boxes. The more things that you can put in more different kinds of boxes, the better we understand the world. We don't like it when people shuffle our boxes. We don't like it when people tell us your box is a lie. But sometimes the box is a lie. It just is.
Yeah, it's just an arbitrary box that you just want to sit in because you're a cat.
And yeah, I
please
know
call me out.
Or we're calling.
If you love me, you will call me out. At least you will privately call me out, but you can also publicly call me out. Please call me out.
Yeah,
if you love me, you will do it.
It was more, I didn't want you to feel targeted by what I was saying, because I was more speaking like to my own issues, because I used to be.
Were you certain
about a lot of things?
Were you super certain?
I was a nice little racist, sexist, misogynistic piece of shit when I was a kid.
Well, I honestly say that I'm really glad that we've met now.
Oh, yeah.
And not necessarily sooner.
I am honestly very happy that there was not a Twitter or an Instagram or a Facebook when I was a kid, because I look at these kids and I'm just like, oh, you think you're going to be like that forever, but this happens, y'all.
Oh yeah, no. I said something once in the line at Heavenly Ham to my brother that I deeply regret. And it wasn't like I said it to anyone other than my brother. Tom don't care. But the thing I said, I'm like, what if someone overheard and felt like attacked, like inadvertently, like I didn't mean that it's not okay to be non-binary. I just meant I like, the aesthetic of feminine with the little dress, maybe the petticoat, and I like the aesthetic of suits, but that is not how I worded it, because autism communication disorder really can make me seem like a jerk, and I don't mean to be, but like I still think about it in the middle of the night going, oh God, there were people in front of me in the line. But that's, anxiety, we do that. I'm so glad there was nobody recording it.
Oh, I'm so happy. Like my childhood and up to like when I was about maybe 25, there's no like primary documentation of. I was a terrible person.
I had a stupid mouth. I still have a stupid mouth, frankly, but you know, it was dumber back then. It was.
It's
Just
also why I get really mad when I hear
nonsensical.
people say people can't change, because I'm just like, oh no, you don't know old me. You really don't know conservative evangelical in the closet hating everything in the universe old me. Like, I've changed a lot.
Or that we should judge people by their family. Like, well, you've seen the kind of family they come from. They must be like that too. It's like,
Yeah, no.
please don't. You know, please don't judge my sister by me, and please don't judge me by my sister.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Sorry, the opera composer. Technically, wouldn't
Look, I gotta be honest. I do want to put on my Wikipedia page. Sorry, sweetie.
Technically, you're a librettist because you're writing the libretto. You're writing.
I'm writing the lyrics. Yeah, and also, but we are still working on the general plot together. So, stream hopping.
I meant to close out, and then I just like thought of a thing that I'm like, wow, while I have you all here, I should mention this thing because.
Yeah, how's your album going?
Oh, mine?
No, Megan's. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, sorry, Megan. I mean, if you have an album, that's cool too.
No album.
I hadn't read the comment yet, so
There's time yet, sweetie.
Oh yeah, if anybody wants to be on the album, I'm looking for like people to help pressure other people, and if you like want to give vocal talents, I've already stolen some lyrics from this one.
I know. I'm so excited to now be able to dual stream of like, oh, this clipping thing. This is cool.
Oh yeah,
Let's clip some stuff.
clipping is so much fun. But yeah, I've actually been writing lyrics and playing around with them because while I don't like the sound of my voice singing, I do like the sound of my death metal growl. So the album's getting a little bit harsher in tone.
Nice.
Which I'm kind of fine with. My personal favorite thing is I may or may not have started working on a cover of a song in the style of Typo Negative.
Nice. Very nice.
I might actually sing on. I actually, as much dysphoria as I have about my voice, and there are not enough words in the English language to describe the amount of dysphoria I have about my voice. I actually like my bass baritone singing voice. It's like the one thing that I like.
That's cool.
So that may be a thing that happens. Let me try that out. I don't know. We'll see how the track ends up. It's done. It may be privately shared to other people first before it goes live.
Cool.
I've kind of gotten into a place where I don't know. I think that might be fun to do that. And also, then if I can figure out how to do that for other people's music, maybe use that voice in my own thing. So everything isn't all just growling.
Yeah, I'm here for our community's creative endeavors. Like, this is so lovely to be part of a bigger community that's like, hey, let's just not just do words. Let's do stuff.
If anybody's curious where the album is going, if you've listened to, is the album called Wake of a Nation or Ski? I think the album's called Wake of a Nation by Zeal and Ardor. It's somewhere between there and their first album. Like it's kind of heading that way, which I'm fine with personally. But
very cool.
I'm
very cool.
The beats have been very obnoxious, and the hubby is very happy that I'm no longer in the living room and that I will be back here again, where he doesn't hear a drum.
Now that it's not so cold.
Yeah, now that it's a balmy 23 degrees outside, it's like summer.
I wish.
Yeah, I have an issue with people prevaricating as well. Mhm.
I know it takes courage to tell someone, with respect, I don't agree with you, but it's okay. We can talk about it. We can just table it for right now and have a good meal, and then we'll talk about it again at another time, and we'll keep talking about it.
And there's a link to some awesome crazy stuff.
Awesome, crazy stuff sounds fun.
And the upside. See, that's the one upside Facebook. Watching all of your cousins telling your aunts and uncles.
I wish I had more cousins.
Yeah, my cousins are generally the people that. The closest thing that two of my cousins listen to that would count as news is Coast to Coast. And if you don't know what that is, just be happy. Like,
yeah, I don't. I'm just obviously I'm very sheltered. This is me.
Show. It's like proto Alex Jones. Like they believe every conspiracy theory that has ever conspiracy theoried.
Oh gosh.
I just think of those kind of places as, thank goodness my father already died.
It's like
where he would probably be listening.
And yeah.
I got so tired of the conspiracy theories and the world ending. I was like, Argh. I'm so over it. Well, I hope you sleep well, Carrie.
Have a good
Yeah,
night.
sleep well.
But because this is honestly like the last little bit here. I've got like a bunch of stuff that I would like to start doing reviews on, but literally I feel like my life is too short to watch things just because I want to do a review of them. Like if I don't think I'm going to like something, I just don't want to waste that hour and a half to 3 hours, because movies aren't short anymore, of my life to be able to opine on things. So we'll see. That's kind of been the problem with some of the books that I'm wanting to read, like because I've got like a weird tier when I say enjoy myself. Like there's enjoy myself and then there's I hate it, and I'm kind of in a place of like there are like okay, so controversial, but I love Schindler's List. It is a good movie. I did not enjoy watching that, and pretty much anybody who enjoyed watching that movie might have a little problem with them, because that is a hard movie to watch. It is a good movie. It is a wonderful movie. But
You're talking about Schindler's List, right?
yes,
Yeah, I've never watched it.
it's not enjoyable. I liked it, but I didn't enjoy it.
I have already gone through my Holocaust phase. I'm good, y'all.
I just like to use that as an example because I watched it. It's a good movie. I probably will never watch it again. Like it scarred me. It brought up a lot of memories from the stuff that I watched and read when I went through my Holocaust phase. So
Yep.
I don't seek out content like that. So I feel like I get pigeonholed into basically only talking about fluff that I enjoy. And I just want to put that out there. Most of the stuff I'm going to be talking about is fluff that I enjoy because
What's wrong with just reviewing fluff you enjoy?
Yeah, exactly.
What's wrong with that? Wait, can you walk me through this? Like, what?
I get hate mail. It's one of the reasons I stopped reviewing.
I mean,
the podcast.
look, I realize you don't want a mama bear to come and just come across and tell strangers that they suck. But do I need to go tell strangers they suck for their sucky opinions? Let the baby just review whatever they want and go away.
Let me put it this way. Y'all have heard my opinions of Star Trek Discovery.
Right.
And I'm still called a shill for CBS. Because I think it's worth watching. I actually like the show. Do I think it could be a lot better? Oh, God, yes. It could be so much better. But I do enjoy it. It's no worse than it's to me in the same bucket as Battlestar Galactica. There are episodes I love. There are characters that I love.
Right.
This as a whole is painful to watch sometimes.
I feel that way about Doctor Who, and I have watched that show too much.
I get messages periodically of just you've just sold out to CBS. I'm like, oh God, no, I didn't. I'm on their shit list. They really don't like me. They really don't like it. Go back and look at my
So-
coverage of the J.J. Abrams movies. They
All right,
really-
here's how I feel about selling out. I'm going to paraphrase R.L. Burnside right now. R.L. Burnside, who did not become a blues legend until the very end of his life in the 90s, 80s and 90s, really, of where people apparently, because Fat Possum Records took one of R.L. Burnside's albums with his permission and asked other DJs to like do new remixes of it. So like, you know, we're talking about real old fashioned hill country blues, which I love so much. Y'all just don't know. And like then did all these fun, I mean, Moby did one, Blank Moby, but I have to admit the remix is pretty good. But yeah, Blank Moby, I hear he's a total creep. But you know, all these other DJs and sound engineers, huh?
But he had 3 good songs.
I know, yeah. And then he also had R.L. Burnside's remix. He did a great job too, I have to admit. But they had all these DJs do it, and it was wildly popular. Like it was actually R.L. Burnside's real breakout album. Was all of these remixes, and when his record producer said, "Hey, they're saying that you've sold out. What do you think about that?" and like literally recorded, R.L. was like, "Where do I sell out?" Like first he was like, "What is selling out?" And he's like, "Well, that's where, you know, you're pandering for money to make money off the music industry." And R.L.'s like, "Where do I do this? How do I sign up?" That is my quote from R.L. Burnside, a blues legend. How do I sell out? Where do I sign up for this? And he honestly kept pursuing this of like, look, I'm looking for that sellout money, man. Can we like record a sellout album? Like this went on for months and years. He's like, do you know how many grandchildren I have to support? Where do I sell out, man? How do we sell out? That is how I feel. Sell out. Just go ahead. So when somebody accuses you of selling out and no, you're still not making the money, tell them, please show me my CBS money.
I know.
Because I would absolutely love to sell out. Do you know how many bills I have? Yeah, this
greatest
whole
pain
is
in
sell out.
life. My greatest
That's how they
pain.
keep you in the crab bucket. By saying, don't sell out. That is how they keep artists and creative people in the crab bucket at the bottom by saying, oh, you don't want to sell out. You'll lose your prestige. What prestige do we have? None.
What can prestige feed me? Nothing.
I am so hungry from prestige. If only they would like put bread on my table and gas in my car.
My greatest shame in the world is that I have not been approached by the homosexual agenda yet to actually like.
Does the homosexual mafia not want you to be a hit person?
Mafia. Like, where's my...
If only they would meet you for pedicures and lunch with champagne.
Oh no, I'm sorry. The video that Luxander did a thing too was basically that the only non-binary people that exist are little kids who are just trying to say fuck the patriarchy, and grown adults who have been paid to pretend that they're someone they're not. And I'm just like, where's my money?
Where is my NB money, baby?
Like, really? I'm supposed to be getting paid for this? Where's
Do
my
you see this hand? It's so naked. Put the money in.
Like, I'm 44 years old. I'm definitely not a young kid. So money, like, I could show you my bank account if you want to know how wrong you are, woman. Like,
Yeah.
I'm here. Just right here. Just put it right here.
So I have come to like view anybody who says, "Oh, you're a sellout," or like the kind of people who accuse other people of selling out, as that's definitely what we might call LDE, little member energy. That is just people trying to keep you down. Oh, that's very nice. That's wonderful.
And people
Like these people are not being nice. So, and if they're not trying to help support you and grow you, nurture you into an artist, there is no reason to pay attention to haters because they're not helping you grow or nurture you as a person or as a business. Bye-bye.
Because, I'm not going to name names because I know they're lurking in chat right now. But, there are some people that, I listen to their opinions a little bit more than others because, of their gifts and support of the arts. I mean, that's selling out. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm fine with it. Like, yeah,
I honestly think of that as more as patronage.
yeah. Like, if that's selling out, fine. Like, if you're gonna help,
Like,
me,
I think of that as somebody going, I love what you're doing, keep doing. Or, in the case of Heinlein, to Philip K. Dick, I can't stand your stuff, but keep writing. Here's, the rent. Here's a check for the rent for the next several months, and the grocery bill, and an entire box of paper, and a new typewriter. Keep writing. You don't even have to like people's stuff to be a patron when you're like, we need you to keep doing your thing. That is quality right there.
Speaking of which, my coffee and Patreon are down in the description if anybody. So
you can get you a little banner like when Tom takes over the corporate takeover of my channel. Of like, it's just a nice little subtle banner just walking by. Don't mind him.
Oh no, I had a panic attack the other day because I went to pay for something and my card was denied, and I was just like, "There's money in there. I know there's money in there. Load it up the account real quick. There's money in there. Why won't you take my money? What the? Oh, they have decided to issue new cards, and there was a glitch in it. Since when the new cards got mailed, there was a glitch, and their system automatically presumed that the old cards were canceled.
Oh.
And they didn't tell you about it, and you're like, "Well, thank you for the mini heart attack.
Thank you. I needed this.
All my organs have jumped up and are crowding my heart right now, and I can't swallow."
Yeah. Awesome. Yes, please. Please, I would really like. All right. I am surprised I'm not getting yelled at for WandaVision. Yeah. But
you haven't watched the latest episode either?
No. And I really want to. Plus,
I haven't either. Like that's what the smile is. Like, I haven't either. So both of us. I totally forgot it was Friday.
Mind just went up, and I didn't know Ronald D. Moore could write optimistic science fiction. Did not know that was a thing, but it is. And
what are we talking about?
For All Mankind, it's from the creator, from the cynical creator of Battlestar Galactica, who is also the optimistic writer for Star Trek: The Next Generation. Comes a series, a wonderful alternate history. Now, the premise I'm supposed to sell it to you on is, what if the Russians won the space race?
Yeah, they've been banning this one about for decades.
But that's not actually what the story is. He was sitting around with another writer friend of his, and they were asking the question of, what would it have taken for the space race to not have stopped if we kept actually pushing forward technologically? And it didn't. Nixon, what would have been able to prevent Nixon from just crushing NASA and kind of keeping the rate of technological progress and everything going? And the answer that they came up with for that question is, well, the Soviets landed on the moon first, because we can't abide that. We got to one up them somehow, and that would have kept the investment in them. That would have kept the investment in the arts. It is a very interesting show. I didn't know that he could write optimistic fiction. I did not know. I thought he was doing that for hire because Gene Roddenberry said that he had to.
And this is a book series?
No, it's a TV show.
Okay, so once again, for my ADHD, what's the title?
For All Mankind. But season 2 just went out, and
I don't even know that I ever heard this. Not you, I know, have said it now at least 3 times. But I'm talking about before today. It definitely did not register.
Yeah, it is a very interesting show. It is unfortunately on what I consider to be the best streaming service, which is Apple Plus. I'm sure you can find it other places. I'm
a very resourceful kind of person. It's all I'm gonna say. I enjoyed Dickinson season 1.
if I had to get rid of most of the streaming services that we have, it's the one that if they didn't keep saying here, have more, I would definitely be paying for. But I gotta actually look. I might have gotten more because of the new laptop. They may have extended. It's like
Nice.
a month or something like that, or I don't know, because if you buy a new Apple device, they just give it to you. You get a free year for every device that you buy, and then they keep going, well, you know, there was that whole pandemic thing, so here, have another free 6 months.
I mean, run with it is what I say.
Well, I'm excited for the Foundation series that they're about to do on there.
Yeah.
Even
I am very curious how they're going to do it.
They're creating characters. They're offending everybody. They're creating characters, and to the chagrin of so many neckbeards and my personal enjoyment, some of them are black.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
What the heck is this?
If you want to get offended by racism, just search Foundation trailer and watch anything that's not the Foundation trailer, and it's going to be some white neckbeard complaining that there are black people in their Asimov.
No. Okay.
And it's a black girl. So, not only a black person, but awoms. Why are the women? Why women? Like, why would there ever be women in the future? Like,
I don't know. Wouldn't does that mean everyone would become genderless? We could only
apparently,
hope.
non-binary is the future.
See, I mean that makes more sense to me.
But
I would love it to just be able to change my gender at will, like be able to like have interchangeable parts. Yes.
Yes, maybe.
That's just my fantasy from childhood, y'all. Don't listen to me.
All of that. But, yeah.
Yes.
And the sad thing is, I have one in particular in mind because, like, I never really used that phrase until somebody like was like, "Do you know who the Quartering is?" And I made the mistake of saying, "Who's that?" Yeah, neckbeards. Neckbeards are evil. Like, just the hell with all of them. Because if anybody deserved that title, the man who found a way to get banned from Magic the Gathering meetings for being too sexist and stalkery. Yeah, that one.
When I had a comic book shop, a couple people got grounded from the comic book shop for being too misogynistic. It felt so good, y'all. I highly recommend. I would like to recommend to everyone who's ever been oppressed by single white males, get yourself a comic book shop, if only for a year, and totally be the tyrant of welcome to Wokeland. Everyone has to behave or you get grounded. Wednesdays, you don't get to come in for your new comic books. I will burn your subscription. Things I have actually uttered. Tom wants me to write these stories down. He's like, I think it would be cathartic for other people to read how you have tormented a whole lot of white men who still hiss at me at Walmart when they see me now. 10 years later, 10, 15 years later, they still hiss at me because some of them got grounded, sometimes for a few hours, sometimes for a day, one of them for a week.
Ooh.
Oh, let me tell you how, like, when you get to be the tyrant of a small southern town where you go get your comic books, I'm going to burn your books. I will film it. They're like, no, don't burn Batman. Yeah, baby, I paid for it. I can burn it.
I want to start a store that's part comic book store, part Hot Topic, and part Spencer's Gifts, and call it Wokeland.
Yes.
I mean, like, yeah, like I had a wonderful time. It was very expensive, and I really got tired of paying for my manager's cocaine addiction. So that's kind of what happened to the comic book shop. But anyway,
That sounds about
but
right.
yeah, I'm still bitter about it. I gotta be honest. I hate paying for other people's cocaine. Like, damn it.
Yeah.
But it was fun. We also developed a support group meeting for men who want to date but keep getting turned down to domesticate them. And it was called the Domestication Group. Yes.
Sounds like a sitcom.
For real. No. For the first meeting, there were some people who had mandatory requirements to attend this meeting, by the way. Like, if you want your comic book subscription, you have to show up. And the first thing I did was hand out boxes of Irish Spring bars and say, you have to use it before Wednesday. If I can't smell it on you when you come in, you're not getting your comic books. Oh, people were mad. Men were mad at me.
I highly recommend
Eddie Power.
If anybody has not heard it, look up How to Date by Leslie Fish. It is a wonderful song by a very angry lesbian about how men can get women. It is. First of all, anything by Leslie Fish is golden because she is probably the world's most angry lesbian who really loves sci-fi and hates everything else. And I love her for that. Like she is magic, and somehow we are still friends on the Facebook, and she has not unfriended me yet.
She must have good taste.
She's amazing, and the temper flare. She's like a volcano. Like you find out Leslie Fish is performing near you. You go for the music because the music's good, but you also go because eventually the volcano will erupt, and you want to see the pretty fire.
I can relate.
Because eventually somebody's going to get upset by one of her songs.
Sure.
And she takes no shit from anybody.
Nice.
All. And it's wonderful. It's wonderful. And a role model for all of us. But yeah, the first rule for dating is there's a thing called soap. It's useful.
I mean, like the fact that these people thought they could come into a nice, genteel retail location unwashed for weeks in the summer in the deep south, it was like, no. We have a reformatory meeting.
Yeah. All right.
It was so great to hold fire to people's subscriptions and go, watch me burn it. And they would just cry and get on their knees and say, I will do anything. Like real tears, by the way. This is not melodramatic tears. Real tears. And they're like, please don't. I'm like,
I need this.
I have heard your pleas, but they will only last 24 hours. I'm taking these comic books home with me in my purse, though.
Like
you can't trick Jim into giving it to you.
I know I'm technically not allowed new projects, but I will help co-write Wokeland, which is going to be the series of these stories. Like, you can write down the anecdote, and I'll help turn them into stories. Like, it's technically a collab, not a new project. So
oh, is that how you're backdooring your way? It's like, it's collab. It's fine. It doesn't count under new project. I swear.
I'm allowed to do YouTube stuff.
Well, as I said, Tom has been trying for like a couple of years of Glory. You have to write these down. People need this catharsis. And I'm like, it's true. I did get a lot of catharsis. I worked out so many issues I have with white men. Let me tell you. Tyranny is cathartic.
I'm just saying, Typo Negative's wonderful song, Kill All the White People, is one of those songs that I have always had on the tip of my tongue, because if you've never seen a 7 foot, I don't know how tall Pete was. Pete was a giant white dude from Brooklyn talking about all the problems with the white people. Like,
I mean, I feel that.
It's powerful. It's just, and listening to him just scream, kill all the white people so we can be free. Like, I feel it deep down in my bones.
Yes.
Deep down in my bones. Alrighty. I think I'm going to call the stream.
Okay.
About, I want to go on forever, but I think he fell asleep, and I want to eat at some point. And
yeah, you got to go poke the food maker, right?
I'm more concerned that he put something on the stove and my.
Oh no! Oh dear!
I might have forgotten it because he came in here, grabbed things, pitched a thing, and then vanished. And it's been a while. Like, I was kind of like, we'll just go till he comes in and says something. And I'm like looking at the time. Like, he's been in here by now.
Right. That's fair.
So either he didn't start or he
do you need to send him a text? See, like, are you awake? Yeah. I've done that.
I'm not going to text him like his other boyfriends do. By the way, that's
I'm not like that. I'm quality.
I refer to the chefs as his boyfriends because
I mean,
one of them finds it funny, the other one just like rolls their eyes and like.
well, I mean, they are work husbands for sure. I mean, even heteronormative culture talks about work wives and work husbands. So, yeah. And read the Flash fiction. Did you post a link?
I know. I got a link in the Discord. If you want to, just put it in my.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's just for you. I'm sorry. I thought that was for Alameth. Whatever.
If you want everybody to read it, just put it in my Discord.
Yes, so we can read it.
A new pleasure. A new pleasure. Yeah, I think we're winding down.
Yeah, I really want to find out what happened with food because all I know is he had one of the magic sea packs that we buy that's got like calamari and it's like
Oh yeah,
those assorted seafood bits. It's like
yeah. It's got the shrimp and the things in it. Yeah.
And he grabbed one of those out of the fridge and went, "I think we're going to do something with a fettuccine," and ran out of the room. I'm like, "Oh yes."
Yes, yeah, it sounds good. It sounds hopeful. Yeah.
You had me at seafood. Kind of easy that way. All right.
Well, yeah, the little Indian grocery. When I say little Indian grocery, it's just a regular gas station, but in the back, way in the back, by the bathrooms, is a tiny little Indian grocery, including frozen foods and everything. And they just restocked their, I don't know what to call it other than Indian MREs. You know, their meals ready to eat. You can either put it in hot water and then open the bag, or you could open the bag and put it in a bowl and then microwave it. But they just got restocked because apparently there were problems with custom. I don't know. So I know what I'm eating, probably.
Because it was Indian groceries. Because we have it's like a hair and beauty supply store. But if you walk in and you say the right thing, they'll take you in the back, and they've got like all this Indian food, like
yes,
like all the things that you need, the spices. Like it's all like in the back.
Oh baby, like they had snacks on sale, but you get one free.
Like you feel like you're going in there to like buy Coke or something. It's like, I just need a lassi, baby. Can you hook me up? I just need a lassi with some naan. You got some naan? I need some stuff. I need to make some papadum.
This one is so good. Yeah, these are all really good to have with beer. Yes.
Does anybody have an outro that they would like to outro?
Megan?
No.
She's like, you didn't see me. I'm not here. Hi, I'm Glory. My channel is Glory Writes the Blues. Every Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, I do a show with my brother and other lovely special beloved guests. Right now, it's Awkward Sibling Hour, where we talk about autism and autism-related issues, and honestly, we talk about recipe. I don't know. We talk about stuff. We have a wonderful time. It's banging. Anyhow, you should totally come, and if you can't make it because, you know, life, you should totally check us on the replay. Thank you.
And I learned so much more about how neurodivergent I am every time I watch, because you'll say something, and I'm like, that's not typical. Like, I know, like of how many times you said something, and I'm just like, wait, everybody's not like that?
Yeah, no, I've learned that the hard way. No, everyone's not like that.
Because like, I know
yes.
ADHD.
And I have to be honest with you, Charlie, like I do find it interesting since there's so little research done about autism and non-binary that it's like, oh baby, you really do like kind of register in that middle area between how male autism and female autism, and we're just talking about brains. We're not talking about, but like, yeah, like, oh honey, yeah. You're like, I'm just halfway between. And I'm like, oh, this is so on brand. This is kind of fascinating. From, you know, I have a degree in psychology. From a psychologist perspective, this is really interesting. So I find it educational too about you.
Honestly surprised that I have not been written up in a paper because of all of the weirdness that is this.
Yeah.
This is Megan. She's awesome. She has a channel. You should follow it. It's linked down on the bottom. She doesn't have an outro. She does videos and stuff. Occasionally, she does sprints on her channel too.
Yes.
Definitely follow her. She's awesome.
She's awesome. Yes, she's very awesome.
I
Not just a
do
little,
good
very.
impersonations, but I didn't even try.
Very nice.
I'm Charlie. I do all kinds of stuff. I'm working on an album. I'm working on apparently and the epic. I made the bad joke that this is my Xanth before I remembered that there's 44 Xanth books.
Yes.
And now I'm living in fear that this might actually be my Xanth.
I think he wrote 20 of his own free will, and the last 24 have been against his will. So, yeah, that's on brand.
So many. There's so many. There's 3 more slated to come out. There are 3 more that already have publication dates that are slated to come out. I did not realize I'm not serious before I started making the joke. Anyway, I am doing a bunch of stuff. I'm hoping to be putting out more on the social medias. I've actually been making promo pictures that I'm too embarrassed to share, so I have shared none of them. But who knows? There may be a flood of imagery coming out. Who knows? Follow me on social media. You can find those links down in the thingy below. And yeah, I promise the podcast and everything will be starting up again. It's just every time I think I know the topic that I want to talk about, something happens and I just scream into a microphone for an hour and then consign it to the void. Those thoughts belong, because this blinding rage is not a good look that I don't want to have on me anymore. Hopefully next week I'll be back to making videos on the channels, because same reason. One of these days, I'm going to accidentally share one of the angry videos, and y'all are going to realize exactly what I look like when I'm mad, and that's not a good thing.
Roar!
So, on that note, like I say at the end of every video, the world we live in a nightmare hellscape, and it's not going to get better if we don't do something about it. So remember, y'all, Black Lives Matter, Black Trans Lives Matter, trans identities are valid. We're magical. We're here. LGB my ass. Anyway. And until next time, may you have the courage to ride your dreams into reality. And don't forget to have fun. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.